Announcements.
Honourable Members, I have 2 points to raise at the beginning of today's sitting. By virtue of Standing Order 17.2, I have the power to allow the order of business set out on the order paper to be altered in respect of any particular sitting. After consultation, I have therefore decided that for today, the second reading of the public bill will be taken as item 6 before we resume the debate on the motion on the government programme. The second point, members, I would like to tell you that it's now been a little bit more than 2 months since we all were sworn in, including myself as Speaker of this Assembly. And I suppose we don't all, including me, master all the proceedings of the Assembly, the intricacies of the procedures of our Assembly. One principle, however, that I do know, and I'm sure that most of you, maybe some of the newcomers, do not yet realize, a member is not allowed to read a statement when we are debating an issue, including on the motion, and will be the same for the bill, except the person who has been chosen to make the main speech, like the Honourable Member did. And of course, I didn't stop her, because the standing order is quite clear on this. Let me myself read. You can read when you're citing. So I'm going to read, because I'm going to cite you Standing Order 39.9. A member shall not read his or her speech, but he or she may read extracts from written or printed papers in support of his or her arguments, and may refresh his or her memory by reference to notes. Reading of speeches is permitted for opening addresses. It was in this spirit, therefore, that I allowed Honourable Second Member for Quartier Militaire Moka to read her speech. But several members, I think, tended to read their prepared speeches. Of course, it's always easier. I also want to draw your attention to Standing Order 40, subsection 1 and 2. 41. A member shall confine his or her observations to the subject matter under discussion and may not introduce matter not relevant thereto. I prefer to say it now rather than stop you. 42. It shall be out of order to use unbecoming words or expressions, or to use offensive language about members of the Assembly, on whichever side. So I hope, members, that you will help me in maintaining the high standard expected of such an august Assembly as ours. I promised you when I was sworn in that I would uphold the dignity of the National Assembly. Remember also that children and adults are watching us both from Mauritius and from abroad. Thank you very much.
Papers have been laid. Question.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've given notice of the following private notice question addressed to the Honourable Minister for Land Transport, whether in regard to road safety and the current situation on our roads, he will, A, for the benefit of the House, obtain for the period 1st January 2025 to date, information as to the number of 1, reported cases of road accidents, including the types of vehicles involved and the number of fatalities, 2, contravention issued indicating in each case the offences committed, B, state the number of speed cameras currently not operational indicating the regions thereof, and C, state the measures presently being taken to address the increasing number of road accidents?
Madam Speaker, I wish to thank the Honourable Leader of Opposition for this PNQ, which provides me the opportunity to address the House on road safety, which is a subject of national concern. Since this government has taken office, the issue of road safety, including road accidents, is central to its priorities. Madam Speaker, as announced in the Government Programme 2025-2029, Government will come up with a 20-year strategic master plan which will provide a strategic orientation for the land transport sector. The master plan will also include walkability into the country's larger mobility strategy that connects seamlessly with public and private transport and cycling infrastructure. This will reduce dependency on vehicles and therefore lessen the risk of road accidents. As government expands and modernizes the land transport, it will also ensure greater road safety by introducing a graduated licensing system, which was announced in the government program, undertaking projects to eliminate risk-prone spots and enhancing enforcement and road safety education. I shall come up to these issues later on in my reply. Madam Speaker, if we are in the current situation today, it is because of the contradictory policies of the previous government. In line with the UN Decade of Action in National Road Safety Strategy 2016-2025, with the objective of decreasing the number of fatal and serious accidents by 50%, had been adopted, but the target had not been met. It is an obvious failure of the previous government. I have already caused a new 5-year national road safety strategy to be elaborated and will be finalized during the course of this year. Why I say contradictory policies, Madam Speaker, is that over the last 10 years, there was a complete relaxation and leniency on enforcement on road safety, with very negative impact on our roads and road users. We are today observing havoc on our roads, and I must say, the Honourable Leader of Opposition, who is an influential member of the then government, was and is still in his party, that his party did nothing much to improve on road safety. Over the last 10 years, the number of fatalities was 1,482, and this is alarming for our country. One death is too many. The blunder committed by the previous government is that it cancelled the penalty point system, PMI à point, in the wake of the promises made in the electoral campaign 2014. The cancellation was surely for political reasons, without any rational and solid scientific reasons. Incidentally, one former police officer, highly knowledgeable in the field of road safety, Mr. BM, he's a public figure, Mr. Bauden Munsami, publicly stated yesterday on Radio Plus that PMI à point, introduced in 2013 by the Labour government, led to a positive result in terms of improved behaviour of drivers and motorcyclists. I wish to inform the House that with the PMI à point system, the number of fatal road accidents decreased from 156 in year 2012 to 136 in 2013, showing the effectiveness of that system. With the PMI à point system, there was a culture of cautious driving on our roads by all vehicles, including motorcyclists. Madam Speaker, with the abolition of the PMI à point, which led to a lot of reckless driving on our roads, the previous government introduced the Cumulative Road Traffic Offence, CRTO, with only 11 offences. The number of offences were increased to 2,023 in June 2024. However, my predecessor did not cause the proclamation thereof, and he has to provide an explanation to the people of Mauritius on this shortcoming. I can only guess that the reason for this yet political That is, not to lose popularity at the eve of the last general elections, therefore putting the life of people at risk on our roads, just like the cancellation of the permis à point. Not promulgating the penalties for auto and motorcycle for their safety has rendered the public more vulnerable on our roads. These include failing to wear high visibility clothing, failing to overtake traffic on the right, riding a motorcycle abreast of another two-wheel vehicle. Very valid proposition, but unfortunately not implemented due to political reasons and the fear of losing popularity at the eve of general elections, like I just mentioned earlier. Madam Speaker, in regard to part A1 of the question, I am informed by the Commissioner of Police that there were 579 road accidents, including 14 fatal road crashes, causing 17 deaths for periods starting 1st January 2025 to 6th February 2026. The type of vehicles involved in the fatal accidents are 9 cars, 6 heavy good vehicles, 1 bus, and 11 two-wheelers. Regarding part A2 of the question, I am informed that the Commissioner of Police is compiling the number of contraventions issued for period 1st January 2025 till date and along the categories of offences. The information will also be tabled. However, I can provide figures for the last day of 2024, that is 31st December 2024, and the first day of 2025, meaning 1st January 2025, whereby there were 441 contraventions, out of which 17 were for drink driving and 150 for overspeeding. Drink and particularly drug driving is a matter of concern, and the Honourable Prime Minister has recently, last Tuesday, replied on the drug driving aspect in his reply to PQB number 3 of Honourable Kirin, during which he provided information on road accidents from 1st January 2024 to date and measures being taken by the police thereto, including number of fatal road accidents and measures being taken by the police to deter the use of drugs by drivers. Madam Speaker, as regards part B of the question, I am informed that there is a network of 63 fixed speed cameras installed on our roads around the island, out of which 4 are currently not operational, 4 out of 63, at the following locations: Saint-Julien, Calbas on Motorway M2, Brisé-Verdier, and Cas-Noyal. I am informed by the TRMSU that not a single speed camera was procured by the previous government. All they did was to relocate 4 existing cameras and have 4 dummy sites instead, dummy cameras. I wonder why putting in the question, the leader, I wonder whether in putting this question, the leader of the opposition was even aware about these facts. Coming back to these 4 defective speed cameras that have been sent to the manufacturer Trouvelo UK at the end of January 2025 for diagnosis and repairs are expected to be operational by April 2025. It is a matter of great concern, Madam Speaker, that immediately after the 2014 general elections, and as promised, the MSM-led government switched off all the cameras, speed cameras, over a period of 7 months. This was indeed a reckless and irresponsible decision of putting the lives of people of our population at risk. Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that the TRMSU, Traffic Management and Road Safety Unit of my ministry, has embarked onto a consultancy exercise that seeks to revamp the whole speed camera system, whereby a new photographic and video camera detection system will be implemented as a matter of priority for enhancement of road safety violations in Mauritius, being given that the speed camera system dates back to more than 10 years and according to the unit, meaning the TRMSU, is no more responsive to the current international road safety requirements. The whole system will be holistically looked into and not on a piecemeal approach, and will cover other offences like red light violations, non-wearing of seatbelts apart from speeding. Madam Speaker, with regard to part C of the question, I wish to inform the House of the measures being taken by my ministry to address the rising number of road accidents. Number 1, immediate review of road safety policies with focus on reduction of road accidents. Number 2, Assistance will be sought from the UN Secretary Special Envoy for Road Safety, Mr. Jean Todt, to improve our road safety. This is an initiative of the Honourable Prime Minister in due course. Number 3, conversion of other highways from single to dual carriageway where needed, as was the case for the La Vigie to SSR International Airport, implemented under the leadership of our Prime Minister. The House and the population will recall how this road was prone to accidents before this conversion. Number 4, adoption of a global approach to road safety instead of a piecemeal approach as carried out by the previous government. Number 5, revisiting the whole system of granting of driving licenses by the police to make our drivers more skillful and responsible on the road by introducing a graduated licensing system aiming to provide drivers and riders with specific knowledge, skills and driving experience gradually over time in a mix of training environment. The graduated licensing system will comprise 4 phases, namely a pre-licensing phase, a learner licensing phase, a probationary licensing phase, and a post-licensing phase. Number 6, reconstitution of the board of the National Road Safety Council with experts in the field of road safety. Under the chair of the previous chairperson, under the previous government, Mr. A.G., well-known person, only 9 meetings were held during his tenure of office, I'm informed. And he did not succeed to have the support of his members, and meetings had to be cancelled time and again because of lack of quorum. Today, we are paying a high price for this inaction. Number 7, finalization of the curriculum for implementing of road safety education in secondary schools. The program will be launched shortly. In the same vein, the Ministry of Education and Human Resources has been requested to undertake an assessment on the road safety knowledge imparted to primary school students for the cohort of grade 6 this year. Number 8, elimination of the 5 accident black spots locations in the country through appropriate re-engineering works over the next 5 years. Some additional 300 kilometers of road will be rehabilitated to enhance road safety standards as these roads are hazardous to road users. Number 9, working together with the traffic branch of the police to enhance enforcement on road, supported by the proposed new PME Appoint system. Number 10, revamping of the TRMSU into a national road safety and traffic lead agency, a dedicated institution for road safety that will implement national strategies for reduction of road-related fatalities. Number 11, modeling of traffic jams throughout the country so as to propose remedial measures which will enhance traffic flow, and in the same vein, road safety. The support of drone technology will be used to make the modeling more effective. Number 12, carrying out an extensive survey island-wide with a view to assessing the state of the road traffic signs and road markings. Where needed, we would reinstate all road signs and marking. This was neglected over the last 10 years. I have time and again been receiving complaints from my colleague MPs to go to their individual constituencies. Number 14, increasing of penalties for road traffic offences. Those not wearing retroflective vests will be taken to the police station. This is a proposition concerned and will be only allowed back on the road if the rider obtains the prescribed retrospective vest. I believe amendment will have to be made to the law. Introduction of legislation, number 15, introduction of legislation to make it compulsory to use child restraint devices in vehicles where applicable. And last but not least, number 16, working together with the Ministry of Education and the MITD for the revamping of the Professional Driving Training Center into a modern one with international norms. Madam Speaker, I launched a sensitive campaign on drink and drug driving on 24 December 2024, ahead of the festive season. I have personally participated in crackdown operation conducted by the traffic branch of the police at Gambé, known for being a high-risk area in view of being a major tourist and entertainment locality. I also participated in the distribution of reflective vests to sensitize motorist riders. Comprehensive programs to improve road user behavior would be developed and implemented along with public awareness and education to increase seat and helmet wearing and to discourage speeding, among others. This government, Madam Speaker, is much more committed than the previous one to bringing necessary changes to enhance road safety and build a culture of responsible driving so as to manage road accidents in the country. And in this respect, the Honourable Prime Minister has stated foreign expertise will be sought when needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the Honourable Minister for his reply. This is a matter of national interest, and the number of fatal accidents since the beginning of this year is quite alarming. Can I ask the Honourable Minister to inform the House whether he has chaired a crisis committee with all stakeholders to address this issue of road accidents, and if yes, what has been the outcome?
Speaker, I have had meeting with many stakeholders, including the police, which is the main one. But like I said earlier, the National Road Safety Council is being constituted, and once constituted with the right person at its head, unlike the previous one, which had only 9 meetings in his tenure of office, we will crack the way forward on this very important issue.
Thank you. Leader of the Opposition.
Yeah, my question was whether the Honourable Minister himself chaired a crisis committee. With regard to illegal rally of motorcycles, I believe the Honourable Minister is aware that in certain regions of the country, particularly at night, there are some illegal rallies taking place, and I can mention 2 places I know. One is within the Jinfei area, and very often along the highway between Rochebois and Terre Rouge. Can the Honourable Minister inform the House whether deterrent measures have been put in place since the month of December, and the outcome
What's going on?
and the outcome thereof, and what measures are being taken to prevent these illegal rallies at night?
Yes, Madam Speaker, this is really a problem, and it is not new. It has been going on for quite some time now, and the law has been amended, as the Honourable Minister would know himself, in June 2024, but like I said earlier, it was never proclaimed.
Oh,
So this is the issue. So we undertake to do it, Madam Speaker.
Is the Minister, I believe he must be aware that our youngsters participate in these illegal rallies because there are huge sums of money involved. And most of these rallies sometimes are organized by drug lords, Madam Speaker. Is his ministry looking into that issue also, and what measures are being taken to prevent that?
Yes, I believe the police is doing the needful. I believe the police is doing the needful on this. I will again talk to the Commissioner of Police. But like I said, the Achilles heel in this whole system is that currently the police is not empowered with the law to crack down on this illegal operation because my predecessor did never promulgate the law. I have to stress on this point because the previous government struck a balance between popularity and road safety, and popularity prevailed over road safety, and this is why we are in this sorrow state of affairs today.
Madam Speaker, his predecessor is no more sitting in that office. He is sitting in that office now. Madam Speaker, may I ask the Honourable Minister whether he is aware that most of those vehicles that participate in those rallies have their engines modified to increase their performance. Can the Honourable Minister inform the House what operations have been carried out by his ministry to crack down those involved in these illegal modifications of those engines?
Okay.
Now, this is an important question. And for this one, a Cartesian approach is warranted, Madam Speaker. You know why? We cannot possibly control every cars and motorcycles that is being modified in the country. But those garages that are doing these modifications, they will be the one that police will have to check on them. And if they are doing it, I'm sure, illegally, because permits are required for this kind of modification, we will definitely take action against them. So a Cartesian approach rather than an individual approach in this case is warranted.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In his reply, the Honourable Minister mentioned that his ministry is reviewing the National Road Safety Strategy. This is what you said in your reply. Can we know what are the main components that would be reviewed in the National Road Safety Strategy?
Yes. In fact, there are a lot of issues to be looked into. I had a meeting with the UN. I had a meeting with the UN office here, and then a holistic approach will have to be taken in this respect. So the issues that will have to be taken into consideration while I'm waiting, it's very technical. It's a very technical ministry, Honourable Lejonga, and I've been at this office for 2.5 months. So I'll give you the points exactly. So we will look at the 3 E's, which are important in this respect. The first one is engineering. Our roads and the vehicles, as he has just mentioned, enforcement by the police, and perpetual education. This is important because our kids, right from school, have to be taught road safety principles. Sensitization is also one of them. We've done it in the last December. And post-crash care, this is also important. So among all the issues that we have to take on board in this strategy, I've listed a few for as you requested for.
Honourable Duval.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. May I ask the Minister, we've seen a visual degradation, gradual degradation
I can't hear.
with regards to particularly motorcycles, not wearing high visibility vests, not wearing helmets, and of course modified exhaust, especially in coastal villages. And we've seen that police posted at local police station are now powerless and in fact have given up on enforcing road traffic. Can I ask the Minister whether he will consult with the Commissioner of Police and ensure that specialized police units are posted from time to time along these places to ensure that those persons who are usually people who are on record, who pose bail, etc., that he takes them to task. This is a major issue.
Madam Speaker, the main cause of accidents are the following. Reckless driving and not respecting the law.
I still can't hear you very well.
Reckless driving is the first one.
Yes.
And this includes speeding,
Yes.
drink and drug driving, and use of mobile phones many a times in the car and motorbikes. I've seen, Madam Speaker, a mother carrying his child on a motorbike without a helmet and while the mother was on the phone. These things happen. So the member has mentioned about reflective jacket. I've mentioned in my initial reply that we intend to change the law Because many at times motorcyclists after 6 o'clock at night, where it is mandatory to wear a reflective jacket, do not wear because they don't seem to bother. And that sometimes a jacket is with them, sometimes it's not. So we are proposing to fine them, as it is being done right now, and perhaps even more. And if they are not in possession of a jacket, to have their motorcycle escorted to the police station, and they come and take it once they have come with a reflective jacket. This will make them think twice before embarking on their ride without a jacket. The Honourable Member has mentioned about illegal modification of motorbikes. The Cartesian approach will apply to this one as well, at the garages instead of individual motorbikes.
The member over there, please.
A number of road accidents are caused by the fact that some traffic lights in strategic parts of the island have not been operational for months now. I can personally cite 2 examples, one at Sigoulam Tourol Government School in Rosebel, and the second one near Pont-Colville Mosque in Nouvelle-France. Would the Minister consider the advisability of having the TMRSU carrying out an audit of those traffic lights which are not operational and see to it that the needful is done for them to be fixed?
We've had issues of traffic lights already.
Yeah.
Please.
But I will just remind the Honourable Member what I had said to Honourable Orchidhill. We are aware of all the traffic lights that are faulty. The Traffic Management and Road Safety Unit has the list. But the problem is my predecessor, again, I'm told, has consumed all the budget there was before my arrival of the ministry. So I have to make a new, fresh application for funds, and this is being done. And this is being done in the interest of road safety. But I must say that many at times those traffic lights are faulty because, like I explained the other day, the trunking underneath the road is jammed.
Effective.
It's defective. It's full of mud for poor work that was done in the past, and civil works are warranted, and this is very costly in order to replace those cables that are giving false signals and no signals at times.
Okay, very important question. So, Leader of the Opposition, your last question, and then... Last. Well, 3 minutes left.
Let me get to the graduated licensing system. The Honourable Minister talked of reintroduction of that system. Will the Honourable Minister assure the House that proper consultations will be held with relevant stakeholders, that is, lorry drivers, taxi drivers, bus conductors, before the introduction of the system?
As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, the whole National Road Safety Strategy and Action Plan will be implemented in a bottom-up approach, therefore fully participative.
Thank you for a brief answer. Peut-être il y a encore une minute. Yes, let the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I ask the Honourable Minister whether he can give due consideration to the use of safe city cameras for traffic offenders, to control traffic offenders?
Like I said earlier, what I can reply for sure, the new speed cameras that will be implemented, because the last ones are more than 10 years old and maybe need to be revised, will comprise these features. But whether the safe city camera can have these features is a very technical question. I can take it up with the Commissioner of Police.
Thank you. Last minute. I have one last minute, yes?
The Minister has spoken about the modification of vehicles, engines, etc., which gives extra power to vehicles. Will the Minister please consider the possibility of fitness centers having the adequate equipment to monitor the horsepower of vehicles which are modified, which can be deprived of the fitness certificate, and these vehicles are the ones that are being used for those illegal rallies and cause accidents?
Yes. The law will have to be modified. As it is now, only 7-year-old vehicle that goes to fitness centers. But then those modifiers of vehicles, they are very clever. Before they go, they will remove the system. for them not to be penalized. That is why I favor the Cartesian approach, going at the garages that do the modification and pinch them there itself.
Time is up. Time is up. I've been very patient and very fair. I think we should stop. We've got a very long night ahead, not to say morning.
Motion.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to move that all the business on today's order paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2, Standing Order 10.
Yes, the question is that all the business on today's paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2 of Standing Order 10. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Statement by Ministers, none. Public Bill, second reading.
I move that the Financial Crimes Commission Miscellaneous Provisions Bill number 1 of 2025 be read a second time. Madam Speaker, today I rise before this august assembly to present the Financial Crimes Commission Miscellaneous Provisions Bill number 1 of 2025, a measure that is much about legal rectification as it is about the restoration of our nation's fundamental principles, democracy, constitutionalism, and the rule of law. This bill is not merely a technical amendment to an errant statute. It is an unequivocal statement of the new government elected by the people with a mandate to restore democracy, that it will not tolerate legal aberrations that corrode the integrity of our constitutional order. What we seek to do today is re-establish the proper balance between the branches of government, fortify the sanctity of our institutions, and reverse the legislative vandalism that was perpetrated in a manner both reckless and unconstitutional. Honourable Members will remember and recall that when the Financial Crimes Commission Act 2023 was passed last year, it was widely criticised for purporting to confer on these FCC powers that directly violated the Constitution, powers that encroached upon the prosecutorial powers and role that our supreme law reserves for the Director of Public Prosecutions, and for the Director alone. This was no oversight, nor was it a mere error of judgment. It was a deliberate and calculated attack on the prosecutorial independence enshrined in our legal system. It was a move to open our criminal justice system to insidious political interference. Indeed, I can today inform the House that the version of that bill that was enacted in 2023 was not the version that had been submitted to the Director of Public Prosecutions for his initial views. It was not the version that the DPP had agreed to. No, it was a version that was further tweaked and twisted, and to which the learned DPP raised serious constitutional objections. Thus, Madam Speaker, the DPP himself had no choice but to seek constitutional redress before the Supreme Court, challenging the blatant encroachment upon his domain. And here we must pause to reflect on a truth that too often is neglected these days. That is, the law can only function effectively if those entrusted with its enforcement uphold their duties with integrity and independence. The Constitution provides, Madam Speaker, for several independent institutions, from the Commissioner of Police to the Public Service Commission. But how many of these actually operate independently at all times? To his credit, the learned DPP acted to defend the role attributed to him by our Supreme Law. And in undermining the DPP, the previous government did not merely violate the Constitution, they committed a graver offence. They undermined the very foundation of justice. Madam Speaker, let me be absolutely clear on why this is so egregious. Our democracy is built upon the principle of separation of powers. Those who make the laws must never be the ones who administer justice. This principle is deeply ingrained in our national ethos, forged through centuries of democratic struggle to end the absolutism of despots, where rulers once held unchecked powers as judge, jury, and executioners. Madam Speaker, one does not need to have read Montesquieu to grasp that something would be profoundly wrong if tomorrow a minister were to preside over cases at the Intermediate Court, for example, or if a Prime Minister were to interfere in the conduct of a judicial inquiry. However, some in this country still fail to grasp the danger of placing prosecutorial powers under political control. They argue rather simplistically, I must say, isn't the DPP part of the executive in any case? What is the problem if suspected offenders are brought to justice through government action, they ask? After all, independent judges and magistrates will ultimately decide the case. These are probably the same persons who in recent weeks have been demanding, why has the new government not yet arrested X or Y? Why has not been X or Y been prosecuted for this or that offence? To them I say this is not how our system works. If it were, and the government had the power to direct criminal investigations and prosecutions, two grave risks would threaten our nation. Firstly, individuals could be targeted for prosecution based on political motives. And we have all witnessed, have we not, in the recent years, how opposition figures, and I will not name them here, have been subjected to a barrage of provisional charges, only for these to be struck down by the courts months or years later due to lack of evidence. Secondly, members of the government or their associates could be shielded from scrutiny and prosecution. Again, we have seen how investigations into prominent figures of the previous administration have stagnated to the point of near abandonment. Madam Speaker, as Attorney General, I do not stand before this House to engage in partisan politics. Let it be very clear. But I would be derelict in my duty as a government's chief legal advisor if I fail to highlight these serious transgressions and to put forward how we can ensure they are never repeated. To avoid these dangers, these two dangers I've just highlighted, it is crucial that the government truly allows the police, the FCC, and the DPP to operate independently. If you appoint the right people in the right place, give them the means and the freedom to do their job, then, and only then, can you expect inquiries to be fair, irrespective of who is being investigated. It is only then that you can have prosecutions based solely on legal considerations, evidence, and the public interest, and it is only then that you can have the rule of law instead of the dominion of men. This, Madam Speaker, is the difference between justice and vengeance. And this is why the framers of our Constitution had in mind, Madam Speaker, and perhaps here a little history at this juncture would not go amiss. Prior to independence, at the Mauritius Constitutional Review Conference of '61, it was decided that the Director of Public Prosecution should be solely responsible in his discretion for the initiation, conduct, and discontinuance of prosecutions. He would be independent of the Attorney General, who would remain the legal advisor of government and a member of cabinet. This put an end, in fact, to the overlap that had existed until then, and which stemmed from the colonial era office of Procureur and Advocate General. The post of DPP was thus formally established through the Mauritius Constitution Order of '64. Its very raison d'être from the outset, Madam Speaker, was therefore to establish a clear and inviolable separation between two fundamental functions of the state, governing and prosecuting. That same year, Madam Speaker, Professor De Smith argued in his Constitutional Commissioner's report that the DPP should be given judicial security of tenure, as was already the case in other jurisdictions. In 1965, at the Constitutional Conference at Lancaster House in London, the principle of prosecutorial independence was further reinforced, and it was decided that only a person qualified to be a judge of the Supreme Court could act as a DPP. After independence, these provisions were retained and enshrined in Section 72 of our Constitution, which provides that the DPP is appointed by the Judicial and Legal Service Commission, ensuring insulation from executive interference. Section 72(3) of the Constitution confers upon the DPP the power to institute, take over, and discontinue any criminal proceedings before any court of law. The framers of our Supreme Law added at subsection 6 thereof that in the exercise of the powers conferred upon him by this section, the Director of Public Prosecution shall not be subject to the direction or control of any other person or authority. This is why, in his plaint for constitutional relief, the learned DPP described his position as being, and I quote, the apex prosecution authority. The independence of the DPP, Madam Speaker, has been consistently upheld by our courts. For instance, in 1994, a full bench of the Supreme Court observed that, and I quote, a distinguishing feature of our Constitution, like that of some of the new Commonwealth countries, is the splitting of executive functions between what one might call political executive, which remains answerable to Parliament, and an independent, non-political executive in specific matters, consisting of, amongst others, the Director of Public Prosecution, the Service Commissions, and the Electoral Supervisory Commission, which are not answerable to Parliament. The purpose of this device, the learned judges continued, institutionally was to insulate certain areas in the conduct of public affairs from political responsibility and control, thus ensuring the autonomy and their autonomy and independence, end of quote. Similarly, our Law Reform Commission in a 2009 report described the importance of safeguarding, and I quote again, the stream of criminal justice being polluted by the inflow of noxious political contamination by segregating the process of prosecution entirely from general political consideration. And for years, statutes have respected this principle, including when the Independent Commission Against Corruption was set up, allowing the DPP to remain truly the apex prosecuting body of our country. That is, until the infamous, ill-reputed Financial Crimes Commission Act of 2023. Madam Speaker, the explanatory memorandum of this FCC bill in 2023 explicitly declared that the Financial Crimes Commission was to be the apex agency in Mauritius to detect, investigate, and prosecute financial crimes and any other ancillary offence connected thereto. That Act therefore provided at its section 4.3 that subject to this Act, the Commission shall, in the discharge of its functions and exercise of its powers, not be under the direction and control of any person or authority. A similar provision is made at section 11.3 for the role of the Director General of the Commission. Here already we'll see how a law passed by a simple majority aims to displace the DPP's constitutional prerogative under section 72 of the Constitution. This purported apex prosecuting authority is to be, as per section 7.3 and sections 10.1 of the Act, composed of commissioners, a Director General, and this is where the important bit comes in, appointed by the President, acting in accordance with the advice of Prime Minister, after the latter had consulted with the Leader of the Opposition. The terms and conditions of these appointments are to be determined by the Prime Minister alone. The possibility of political influence and considerations which endure during the tenure of the appointees is thus clear. The more so as the Constitution allows at section 113 subsection 4 for anyone appointed in such way to be required to vacate their office at any time after a general election held after that appointment. Madam Speaker, of course, a responsible and honest government would appoint to the FCC persons of integrity and moral independence. Of course, such a government would not try to interfere in the work of the Commission through secret back channels. And of course, appointees do not necessarily neglect their duties under the law to please those who put them in place. But, and this is the big but, Madam Speaker, one does not build a ship for fair weather. It is the storm that must be provided for. The same goes for our institutions and our laws. Their good functioning cannot depend only on the hope that morality and duty will prevail. There must be checks and balances to prevent any temptation to slide into the arbitrary. There must be safeguards for the day when the unscrupulous try to abuse the system, which is why, as we maintain the mode of appointment of the SEC for the time being, and I stress for the time being only, it is critical that the DPP, whose appointment is quasi-judicial, exercise scrutiny over the prosecuting function of the FCC. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, this is not what the FCC Act of 2023 catered for. As the law stands today, after its investigations, the FCC has the power to institute criminal proceedings. Section 1421 of the Act does pay lip service to the constitutional role of the DPP by stating that the FCC's ability to initiate prosecution is without prejudice to the DPP's power under Section 72 of the Constitution. As such, it is said the DPP can discontinue prosecution in any criminal case which the SEC has lodged. That is what was advocated by and advanced by the bill's supporters in 2023. But Madam Speaker, the fact of the matter, do excuse me, I must confess, I've just been appearing before the Supreme Court, so I slipped. I'm very sorry, Madam Speaker. Right. But when the DPP is not put in presence of the file which led to the prosecution, how could the DPP, in fact, exercise his powers under Section 72 and step in to actually stop the prosecution? It would obviously be not possible. You see, Madam Speaker, the Prevention of Corruption Act of 2002 compelled the ICAC to submit a report to the DPP after the conclusion of an investigation. Such a report had to contain all material information, statements and documents covered during the inquiry, as well as a description of any evidence which was still in the ICAC's custody, and it had to be accompanied by the ICAC's recommendations. This allowed for the DPP to be properly informed of the outcome of the investigation and to be able to assess whether criminal proceedings were warranted or not. And he had the final say on the matter. In stark contrast, Madam Speaker, there is no such provision in the FCC Act. There is no report to be sent to the DPP. He therefore cannot be in a position to appreciate whether a prosecution initiated by the FCC is justified or not. In the absence of any information on a case, how can the DPP exercise his ability to discontinue proceedings or to step in to continue them, as the Constitution gives him the power to do? His role under Section 72 of our Supreme Law is thus severely curtailed, to say the least. Now, the aberrations, Madam Speaker, do not stop here. As of today, if the FCC decides that it will not prosecute because there is no report to the DPP, the latter may never know whether proceedings ought in fact to have been initiated. In fact, none of us would know. He may not even know that an investigation has been stopped. No one would know, not even us. But can do so whenever it wishes to. It can do so whenever it wishes to. It has no obligation to communicate on such a decision. That is so wrong. It is true that compounding does exist under a number of our statutes, mainly for offences related to banking, fiscal and financial offences. But in all of these cases, there is an obligation on the compounding authority, MRA or the like, to first obtain the DPP's prior authorization. The latter can decide that compounding will not do, and criminal proceedings should be initiated instead. The DPP has no such power when it comes to compounding under the FCC Act. What is more, he is deprived of his ability to initiate proceedings of his own against the offender, as Section 150 of the Act prevents any case from being brought against a person who has benefited from compounding by the FCC. Once again, the Director of Public Prosecutions is robbed, and there is no other word, is robbed of his prerogatives under Section 72 of the Constitution. Madam Speaker, this is the situation which this bill addresses. The different clauses of our bill aim to restore the DPP as the apex prosecution authority in our land, including for cases that fall within the FCC Act. Accordingly, Clause 5 of the bill provides amendments to the Financial Crimes Commission Act 2023 so that no prosecution for an offence under that Act or the Declaration of Assets Act shall be instituted except by or with the consent of the Director of Public Prosecutions. The Financial Crimes Commission will therefore have no discretion in instituting or discontinuing criminal proceedings under those enactments. In addition, further related amendments are being brought to the Financial Crimes Commission Act to provide that where the Financial Crimes Commission determines that an investigation should be discontinued, it shall, and there is an obligation there, it shall send a report to the DPP setting out its reasons. Where the director, in another case, if the director does not advise prosecution or any action, he may also require the Financial Crimes Commission to conduct such further inquiries as he considers fit to advise. And thirdly, any offence to be compounded under either the FCC Act or the Declaration of Assets Act must henceforth be with his consent and approval. Madam Speaker, there is also a series of consequential amendments to other statutes in order to erase the act of legislative vandalism that has been made against our constitutional order. Clause 2 of the bill provides for amendments to be brought to the courts with a view to empowering the Director of Public Prosecutions to be the sole authority to determine whether an information relating to a financial crime shall be laid before the Financial Crimes Division of the Intermediate Court or the Financial Crimes Division of the Supreme Court. Clause 3 of the bill, Madam Speaker, provides amendments to be brought to the Criminal Appeal Act to restore the right only to the DPP to make an appeal to the Court of Criminal Appeal against the final decision of the Supreme Court with regard to any offence under the Financial Crimes Commission Act and the Declaration of Assets Act. The Financial Crimes Commission was given a similar right of appeal to the Supreme Court under the District and Intermediate Courts Criminal Jurisdiction Act against the final decision of the District Court or the Intermediate Court with regard to any offence under the FCC Act or the Declaration of Assets Act. Clause 4 of the bill, Madam Speaker, therefore provides for amendments to be brought to the District and Intermediate Courts Criminal Jurisdiction Act to restore that right of appeal only to the DPP. Madam Speaker, the FCC Act 2023, a law passed by a simple majority, cannot trump, no pun intended, the provisions of our Constitution. It cannot be allowed to curtail the prerogatives of the DPP under Section 72 of our Supreme Law, and it most certainly cannot contravene the principles of democracy enshrined in its Section 1. The passage of this bill today is not simply a legislative correction, it is a moral obligation. It is a declaration that our institutions are not bargaining chips in political games, that our Constitution is not a plaything to be controlled at will. It is a message to our citizens that they can once again believe in the fairness of our law and the impartiality of our justice system. Madam Speaker, through this bill, we do not merely amend a law. We seek to restore justice, reaffirm democracy, and recommit ourselves to the ideals that make the Republic of Mauritius a sovereign and democratic state. With these words, Madam Speaker, I commend the bill to the House.
You're seconding the bill? Dr. Buller is seconding the bill. Okay. So now I will call on the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Merci de me donner l'occasion d'intervenir cet après-midi sur ce projet de loi, c'est-à-dire le Financial Crimes Commission Miscellaneous Provisions Bill. Madame la Présidente, c'est un projet de loi selon l'explanatory memorandum qui propose des amendements afin de donner le pouvoir au directeur des poursuites publiques d'entamer des poursuites ou de ne pas donner suite à des enquêtes effectuées par la Financial Crimes Commission. Madame la Présidente, l'ancien gouvernement avait, avec raison, mis en place la Financial Crimes Commission afin de créer une autorité de régulation indépendante pour la mise en œuvre des mesures strictes de lutte contre, premièrement, le blanchiment d'argent et le financement du terrorisme. Et cette commission, Madame la Présidente, avait permis à l'île Maurice de faire face à ces défis spécifiques dont on était confronté en tant que centre financier international. Et la mise en place de cette commission souligne l'importance de la coopération et de la collaboration internationale dans la lutte contre les crimes financiers transnationaux. À l'époque de la création de la FCC s'inscrivait également dans le droit fil des engagements que nous avions pris avec le groupe d'action financière GAFI, selon lesquels Maurice va continuer à se doter d'institutions fortes pour mener une lutte sans relâche, Madame la Présidente, contre toute forme de transaction illicite qui transitait par notre centre financier. Alors, l'objectif de l'ancien gouvernement, avec l'introduction de cette loi, était en finalité, Madame la Présidente, d'améliorer la réputation de notre île comme une juridiction propre et transparente. Et aujourd'hui, Madame la Présidente, le présent gouvernement propose des amendements pour redonner le pouvoir au directeur des poursuites publiques d'entamer les poursuites après les enquêtes de la Financial Crimes Commission. La question qu'on est en droit de se poser cet après-midi, Madame la Présidente, c'est est-ce que ces amendements apporteront des meilleures retombées dans les enquêtes contre les crimes financiers ou est-ce que cela ne va pas retarder les poursuites? Le temps nous le dira, Madame la Présidente. Je note d'abord, Madame la Présidente, que ces amendements visent uniquement à restaurer les droits de poursuite au directeur des poursuites publiques. Alors, je suis en droit, Madame la Présidente, de présumer donc que le gouvernement considère que le reste du Financial Crimes Commission Act est correct et représente une amélioration sur la précédente loi qui était la POCA et qui était introduite par le gouvernement MSM-MMM en 2002. Et, Madame la Présidente, je pense qu'il est de mon devoir de rappeler à cette Chambre brièvement certaines grandes avancées sous le Financial Crimes Commission Act, à commencer par l'introduction d'une nouvelle définition de property qui n'a jamais existé dans aucune loi avant. Et property a maintenant, Madame la Présidente, une définition plus large qui inclut any right or interest in the property. Donc, même si une personne n'est pas le propriétaire officiel of a property, un intérêt prouvé dans ce property qui est lié au crime suffirait, Madame la Présidente. Il y a aussi cette notion de compensation order. Une personne contre qui un confiscation order ou un attachment order a été injustement émis peut désormais demander a compensation order en cours. Il y a aussi, Madame la Présidente, l'introduction de corruption in private entities et...
Yes, one moment.
My point of order is as follows. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition should stick to the subject matter of the debate. It should not be an opportunity for him to revisit the bill, the debate that took place in 2023. And this is precisely what he's doing, saying there was this, there was that, and there was something else. We're here to stick within the parameters of the bill, and this is what the Attorney General
This is
did.
what I said this morning.
Yes,
Or this
so let us be
afternoon.
relevant.
Please try and follow.
Yeah, I'm trying to do that, Madam Speaker, but I'm not being irrelevant. We are amending the Financial Crimes Commission Act, although it is being referred to some specific. The Attorney General himself said that we will come with further legislation.
No, but then you will. Let me. Everybody's a speaker today. Then you will intervene when he comes. It's true that today, c'est très bref en fait, c'est très clair et très net. Donc venez directement sur l'amendement lui-même et non pas sur la loi telle que c'était et qui va peut-être être amendée plus tard. Essayez d'être plus direct, on va dire.
I shall try, Madam Speaker, and I'll be brief also. Let me get back to my speech, because I mentioned some of the specific clauses related to the Financial Crimes Commission Act, which today allows us to be more prudent in what we are doing. Madame la Présidente.
Excusez-moi, monsieur le responsable de l'opposition, le débat, si j'ai bien compris, en plus en tant qu'ancien Attorney General, je devrais dire, le débat est sur la fonction du DPP qui est restaurée. C'est là-dessus qu'il faut parler. Vous pouvez ne pas être d'accord, bien sûr, et non pas sur le projet de loi dans son ensemble.
Alors, permettez-moi, comme vous le dites, Madame la Présidente, d'aborder la pomme de discorde alors, de ces débats.
Voilà.
Et cela concerne les pouvoirs
Voilà.
du directeur des poursuites publiques. Alors, permettez-moi de prendre comme référence ce qu'avait dit l'ancien Premier ministre lors des débats sur le Financial Crimes Commission Act en 2023 concernant les pouvoirs
Voilà.
du directeur des poursuites publiques. And I quote, "It is to be noted that the constitutional powers of the DPP are not being affected at all. The DPP will retain his powers under Section 72(3)(b) and C of the Constitution and can therefore take over and continue or discontinue at any stage any such criminal proceeding instituted by the FCC. Where he decides to discontinue any such proceedings, he may give reasons as he may deem fit for such discontinuance. However, an aggrieved party may apply to the Supreme Court for a judicial review of his decision." Et je me réfère à ce que l'honorable, qui avait pris un point of order tout à l'heure, l'honorable Shakil Mohamed, avait dit et réagi à cette partie du discours de l'ancien Premier ministre. And I quote, I agree with the Honourable Prime Minister that the DPP retains the right to discontinue proceedings. I totally agree with Section 72(3)(b and C. Et ici, je n'ai pas de problème avec ça. Je voudrais aussi, Madame la Présidente, revenir sur un extrait du discours, parce que moi aussi j'ai été intervenu ce jour-là, de notre intervenant lors des débats de 2023, et en particulier l'ancien Premier ministre adjoint, Ivan Kolan-Davedou, qui évoquait la Prosecution Commission Bill et avait dit ceci, je cite, « Le DPP n'est pas exempté d'erreur, il n'est pas above the law. » Naturellement, je ne remets pas en question l'intégrité de l'actuel directeur des poursuites publiques, loin de là, Madame la Présidente. Madame la Présidente, après avoir dit ce que j'ai dit, et en restant toujours dans le droit fil de ce projet de loi, je vais conclure, Madame la Présidente, avec un message suivant pour le gouvernement. Vous avez, certes, comme l'honorable Paul Béranger l'a dit tout à l'heure là, vous avez été élu avec une majorité absolue. Et c'est très bien. Mais un peu...
Let everybody have a good laugh.
Yeah.
It's good for the, you can also have a good laugh.
C'est très bien, mais c'est moins bien pour la démocratie. Mais ainsi est fait notre système, Madame la Présidente. Et ce peuple ne souhaite aucun abus de votre part. J'en ai terminé, Madame la Présidente.
Honourable Damri, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Yes.
Madam Speaker, with a copy of our sacred constitution in my hand, I commend the Attorney General for introducing this bill of massive importance to the financial sector and to the nation. Back in 2023, the proposed enactment of the Financial Crimes Commission Act caused a public row that highlighted the scandalous attempt by the previous government to infringe on the powers of the Director of Public Prosecution. The transfer of powers of prosecution for financial crimes to the newly appointed Director of the Financial Crimes Commission, an officer appointed by the Prime Minister only, was a gross attempt to flout our sacred constitution and undermine the very foundations of justice. Wielding powers of prosecution to an individual who is not independent is not only anti-constitutional, it is cruel. Loyalty and independence are inherently contradictory. Allow me to quote William Shakespeare in Macbeth. Who can be wise, amazed, temperate and furious, loyal and neutral in a moment? No men, unquote. No men, Madam Speaker, no men can claim to be independent under the circumstances set by the previous version of the Financial Crimes Commission Act. Yet, the previous government chose to push for this provision. They felt emboldened enough to go one step further in the systemic state capture of our institutions. It illustrates the utter disregard for our Constitution, for the democratic principle that we Mauritians cherish, utter contempt for the rule of law, This, Madam Speaker, was the hallmark of the previous government. At the end of 2023, it became very clear that Mauritius was slowly but surely drifting towards autocracy. Prime Minister Dr. Ramgoolam knew too well the risk of a biased Financial Crimes Commission applying arbitrary charges on Mauritians of all walks of life on the ground of diverging political opinion. He himself has been a victim of a political vendetta. You will recall, maybe not many of you know in this House, that Prime Minister Dr. Ramgoolam joined politics for a cause, to fight for justice in the courts and in all spheres of life. He fought to maintain the Privy Council as the highest court for Mauritius, sparing the country from threat that an autocratic government would infringe on the judiciary and deprive Mauritians of a fair justice system. It is in his DNA to fight to restitute the full powers of the DPP. In the light of the past experience of the previous government, it became obvious that the only route to restore the systems of checks and balances in the financial system was to kick the previous government out of office and its MPs out of Parliament. The people of Mauritius voted intelligently. This, Madam Speaker, is such a relief. I still wonder what drove the previous government to hijack the democratic system prevailing in this country.
Yes, one moment,
Yes.
point of order. Yes?
Yes, I believe the Speaker is being very relevant.
Yes, and also you reading from your paper. Try and come and talk on the bill, please.
Yes, I think I am speaking about the powers of the DPP at the moment.
Well, try and...
Yes. Okay, I'll be... So, perhaps it was the illusion of isolation. Being on an island, they assumed that catastrophic mismanagement would escape international scrutiny. While we were producing this glaring loophole in our financial legislation, Madam Speaker, the financial community was ringing alarm bells. Madam Speaker, in his address, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition stated that the 2023 Act was passed to strengthen our financial services sector. That's what the Honourable Member said. So let's analyze his statement for a moment. World over, governments are reinforcing their legislation to curb the flows of illegal finance and consolidate the trust in their financial system. The track for illicit funds and illegal financing cuts across borders and jurisdictions. When our Financial Crimes Commission bill was voted, Mauritius had just been able to untangle the threads of the Financial Action Task Force, FATF, that were choking our global business sector. The last thing we needed was another blow to our reputation. A law that allowed some financial crime could go unprosecuted and therefore unpunished. Did it occur to the previous government that this legislation was about to weaken the fundamentals of an economic activity that accounts for 15% of our GDP? Did they even consider the impact of a poor legislation on the much-needed flow of foreign currency that keeps our balance of payment afloat? Was it an overconfidence bias or just sheer incompetence that led the previous government to believe that the integrity of our financial center would not be damaged from such obvious flaws in our laws? This is not mine to answer. I am just happy that we are now undoing the process and restoring trust and confidence in our jurisdiction for the benefit of all Mauritians. As we are turning the page on this sad chapter in our legislative history, it is time to look forward and think of what we would like to build for the future. In our program, we said we wanted to build a bridge to the future Yes, we are restoring the powers of the DPP in the matters of financial crime. Our goal is to ensure that in the future there is manifest independence in the conduct of prosecution, of all prosecutions. Luckily, we are not the previous government. We are not a bunch of mindless, power-hungry politicians. Otherwise, we would have already used the provisions of the present Financial Crimes Commission Act to put charges on the previous government's leaders and their cronies. It would have been so easy to do it, but we chose not to. We didn't do it because we wanted to show that we are faithful to the spirit of the Constitution, faithful to the ideals of our founding fathers. We want the public to see that we mean business when we say that imported prosecution decisions will be exercised on strictly neutral grounds. Meanwhile, Madam Speaker, there are numerous suspicions of financial crimes from the previous government that the public would like to see brought to court. Understandably, the public is impatient, thirsty for accountability, but the public needs to know that any proceedings will be carried out with fairness and impartiality, as we pledged to do. We are building a system that is made to last, not a short-lived framework to mark a political transition. With this, I commend the Attorney General to bring the bill to the House. Thank you.
I will suspend the House for about half an hour. Half an hour. Let's say 5 heures. 5 o'clock. Please be seated. We have the quorum, we can start. The next person is Honourable Levy.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to say a few words on this very important amendment bill. First of all, let me seize this opportunity to congratulate Madam Speaker
Thank you.
for being elected as Madam Speaker and the Deputy Speaker. So we have restored some dignity and decorum in this temple of democracy. And talking about democracy, the Honourable Attorney General has very vividly portrayed what is the vision of this government, restoring democracy. And this is a stepping stone. This is the correction of the derive of the previous regime with regard to systematically attacking our democracy. Our basic principles of separation of powers has always been hampered by this previous government. And restoring the prosecutorial powers of the Director of Public Prosecutions goes in line with what we have promised to the people of Mauritius and with what we have been voted to come here and represent the people of Mauritius overwhelmingly. And, Madam Speaker, if I may, the advent of the Financial Crimes Commission Act, when we were in the opposition during the last mandate, we vociferously condemned this bill. We vociferously voiced out our concern as to the way things were going. And surprisingly, the former government would pay no heed to what we were saying. It was just like So, Madam Speaker, when we were elected overwhelmingly to represent the people of Mauritius, the first and foremost function was to restore the dignity within the ambit of separation of powers. The executive has got its role, the judiciary has got its role, the parliament has got its role. And the Director of Public Prosecution, as clearly pointed out by the Honourable Attorney General, has got very important constitutional roles. And this, Madam Speaker, goes in line, if I may quote, in the government programme at page 2. Under the very important caption of democracy, governance, integrity, and constitutional reform. Paragraph 6, fourth line. Government is committed to restoring the trust of the nation in independent and impartial institutions. So this very first amendment to this very infamous Financial Crimes Commission Act is the first step to restore the powers of the DPP that has been curtailed several times by the previous government. And when I was listening to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, I'm not surprised at all as to the argumentative with regard to their views with regard to the powers of the DPP. Because we know, way back in 2015, how the previous government, the MSM-led government, the l'Alliance Lépée government, wanted to create history in the wrong way by introducing the Public Prosecution Bill and amending the Constitution to curtail the powers of the DPP. This is in the DNA of the MSM. But I'm very surprised and astonished that the PMSD in 2024 swallowed their pride that, we were so happy of getting out of government to preserve democracy, and yet they sat with the MSM. Xavier-Luc Duval, in his speech during the Financial Crimes Commission Bill, he condemned the way the powers of the Director of Public Prosecutions was being curtailed. Yet, the PMSD went along, condoned this act of treason against our democracy, against the people of Mauritius. Fortunately, the people of Mauritius has sent us here and has sent these two gentlemen there. Madam Speaker, this first stepping stone is now another stepping stone for the Honourable Attorney General to come forward with a comprehensive legislation, a robust, a transparent legislation that would really combat fraud and corruption and financial crimes in this country. And here again, Madam Speaker, I shall refer to page 5 of the government programme, whereby at paragraph 10, it is clearly stated, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition was saying that, we need to have legislation that will fight fraud and corruption. But here it is, I quote, "Government will repeal the Financial Crimes Commission, FCC Act, and will set up a national crime agency which will better equipped to deal more effectively with financial and other serious crimes." So it is clearly stated in the government programme. The first step, first and foremost, is to act promptly, to stop the rot that is being caused with regard to our penal system, to restore the dignity, to give the Director of Public Prosecutions its own right to act in his role as per the provisions of the Constitution. And the second step is to repeal this infamous Financial Crimes Commission Act and have a comprehensive legislation that will set up this National Crime Agency. So I welcome this bill, we support this bill, and I'm sure that the nation at large today is breathing with a sense of relief that at least we are preserving a very important institution, that is the Director of Public Prosecutions. And all those cases that we have in court will remind the DNA of the MSM to curtail the office of the Director of Public Prosecution. Way back in 2015, after trying through the back door to come with this public prosecution bill, they removed the administrative control in the hands of Director of the Public Prosecution and revert back to Attorney General's office. And this case is still before the Supreme Court. The DPP lodged a case in the Supreme Court, and we are still awaiting this case to be heard. Just to tell you how the image of the country took a backseat with the MSM-led government trying to curtail the powers of the DPP. Those are things of the past. We are looking towards the future so that let Mauritius be Mauritius again. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, the object of the bill, as stated in the explanatory memorandum, is to restore the prosecutorial powers of the DPP under the Financial Crime Commission Act. Let us remind the House again what Section 72, subsection 6 of the Constitution reads. In the exercise of the powers conferred upon him by this section, the Director of Public Prosecution shall not be subject to the direction or control of any other person or authority. And yet, as has just been highlighted by my learned friend Honourable Lobin, the MSM has systematically tried to control the DPP in the exercise of its constitutional powers. And the enactment of the Financial Crimes Commission in 2023 is one but the loss of a long series of attempts to curtail the powers of the DPP. Honourable Lobin mentioned that right after coming into power in 2015, the first legislation that was passed, the Financial Amendment Bill, was to take the DPP, the independence, the financial and administrative independence of the DPP and put it under the aegis of the Attorney General. And since then, each time the DPP had to travel, or an officer of the DPP's office had to travel, they had to ask permission to the Attorney General. And very often, this permission was denied. So that was one means of putting pressure on the DPP. Another means was the Prosecution Commission, which at that point, the PMSD decided not to support because it was anti-constitutional. But there was more. There's more, Madam Speaker. Back in 2015, let us remember that was the time of terror, one of the darkest times of the democracy of Mauritius, one of the darkest days of democracy, where people were being handcuffed, humiliated, brought before court with unsubstantiated provisional charges. And among the long list of people who suffered this political vendetta, there was also an attempt, let us not forget, an attempt to arrest the DPP, the Director of Public Prosecution, one early morning. He had to sneak out from the back door and seek legal protection from the judiciary under what was a blatant case of abusive arrest. So, Madam Speaker, what happened in 2023, the attempt by the government to curtail the powers of the DPP was not innocent. It was a deliberate and calculated policy to curtail the role of the DPP. And, as rightly pointed out by the Attorney General, the Director of Public Prosecution decided to seize the Supreme Court for constitutional redress. And what is the Director of Prosecution asking the Supreme Court to state? The DPP humbly prays from the Supreme Court for a declaration pursuant to Section 83(1) and 83(2) of the Constitution that the Financial Crimes Commission Act 2023 contravenes Section 1 and Section 72 of the Constitution and is accordingly void. This is exactly what when we were in the opposition, we stated when the bill was voted, when the bill was debated. We stated unequivocally what was going to happen, what was happening was against the Constitution. And today, with this bill, Madam Speaker, we are correcting a wrong. We are giving back the power of the DPP. We're restoring his constitutional powers. And we are doing it in three ways. There are three sets of amendments what is being brought by this bill. The first one is restoring the power of the DPP to institute prosecution in financial crimes. Under the existing legislation, once the Commission has completed its inquiry, it can decide, without having to go through the DPP's office, it can decide to institute prosecution. Now, this can be subject of abuse when we know that the Financial Crimes Commission is manned by political nominees, handpicked by the Prime Minister, whose terms and conditions are known only to the Prime Minister. So it's very easy to see the risk of the Prime Minister dictating to the Financial Crime Commission to initiate criminal prosecution for financial crimes against opponents of the then government. But now, with this amendment, the Financial Crimes Commission, when they complete their investigation, they are duty-bound to send the file to the DPP, and it is the DPP who will institute prosecution or the DPP who will authorize the Financial Crime Commission to institute criminal proceedings. So this is the first amendment that we are bringing. The second amendment, which for me is more fundamental and more important than the first one, it relates to the constitutional power of the DPP not to prosecute, to discontinue prosecution. Now, before we had the Financial Crimes Commission Act, we used to have the Prevention of Corruption Act. Under the Prevention of Corruption Act, ICAC, the Independent Commission Against Corruption, had to investigate a criminal crime, and then they decide, after gathering all the information, they send the report, they write a report, and send everything to the DPP's office with a recommendation. The recommendation can be we prosecute or we discontinue investigation, we close the file. But they were under the legal obligation to refer the file to the Director of Public Prosecution. They could not close an inquiry without informing the DPP, because the DPP may very well not be in the same wavelength as the FCC. Even if the FCC thinks that there is not sufficient evidence to bring prosecution, the DPP could have thought otherwise. And this is why, Madam Speaker, ICAC never sent to the DPP files relating to Angus Road, to Bet 365, to l'affaire Saint-Louis, to Stag Party, because they knew that they could not close the file without the consent of DPP, including Alvaro Sobrino. So in 2023, what they do? They amend the law to allow the Financial Crime Commission to terminate inquiry, to set aside the file, close the file, in the back behind the DPP. And there is no legal obligation for them to send the file to the DPP. So the DPP is not in a position to know whether there is a case, what is the status of the case, whether there is sufficient evidence to prosecute or not. But now we're changing it. With this amendment, the Financial Crime Commission is duty-bound. When they finish their investigation, they have to transfer the file to the DPP. And the DPP will decide. The DPP can decide that, okay, prosecute, or, okay, go back and investigate further, or the DPP can say, we discontinue. I say this is the most important aspect of the bill, Madam Speaker, because the power that was given to the ICAC was essentially a power that was given to the Financial Crime Commission, was the power to cover up, was a power to cover up all the mistakes, all the fraudulent activities of those close to power. Donc c'était une institution pour blanchir les criminels, les corrompus. The third set of amendment, Madam Speaker, relates to compounding of offense. Now, what is compounding an offense? You're caught red-handed, you have given a bribe, or you have taken a bribe, or you've used your influence unduly for gratification, you've acted corruptly, or you have mismanaged funds, dilapidé les fonds publics. So you're caught red-handed and you have to be prosecuted. Today, as the law stands, the Financial Crime Commission can call you and say, you've been a naughty boy. You've been bad. So no, you know what? I'll give you a fine. Pay me 10,000 rupees, case closed. And once I have compounded your offense, no one can prosecute you for what you have done. No one. However big the crime, however much you have stolen, however big the corruption offense, the Financial Crime Commission was given the power to compound, and once they have compounded an offense, no one, not even the DPP, could have prosecuted that person for that offense. Now, how can that be in a constitution, in a democracy, that people can get away with it when we know that the FSC is manned by politically appointed people? So what we're doing today, Madam Speaker, is amending the law so that before the Financial Crime Commission can compound any offense, they have to refer the file and get the consent of the DPP. So this is a safeguard. The DPP, obviously, They may agree with the compounding, or they may not agree with the compounding, but the power is restored back to the DPP. And it is the same in many other legislation. For example, in the Customs Act, you have the possibility to enter into an agreement with the MRA, you pay the penalty, and your offense is compounded. But it is subject to the consent of the DPP. So as the law states, we did not have this safeguard. So what we're proposing to do now with this amendment is to get the consent of the DPP before the Financial Crime Commission can compound any offense. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition stated that, we're only amending a few provisions of the law, which means that we agree with the remaining provisions of the law, and therefore we agree that the other provisions of the law is good law. No, Madam Speaker. No. We have pledged in our electoral manifesto, in the presidential address a fortnight ago, that we are going to repeal the whole of the Financial Crime Commission Act. We're going to replace the Financial Crime Commission with a new national crime agency, which will be totally independent, which will be robust, and which will have the means to do their work effectively and efficiently. But it will take time. It will take time after consultation to come up with this piece of law. So in the meantime, through this bill, we are addressing the most urgent and objectionable provisions of the Financial Crimes Commission, which is the power that was usurped from the Director of Public Prosecution, so that now when we do come with our National Crime Agency, Madam Speaker, there will never again be a covering machine. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Member. Not Honourable Nottingham, please.
Madam Speaker, thank you to give me the floor. My intervention will be on the following points. First of all, I will comment briefly on the structure of the bill and its importance. And also, secondly, I will be commending the Attorney General. And thirdly, I will be speaking about the political motive behind the Financial Crimes Commission and how the law was ad hominem. And also, I will be commenting briefly on the violation of the Constitution and violation of democracy, and also commenting on violation of fundamental principles of justice and the criminal justice system, and referring to the independence, principle of fairness, and impartiality. And finally, the shortcomings of the Financial Crime Commission. Comme point préliminaire, Madame la Présidente, j'attendais beaucoup de l'intervention du leader de l'opposition. Comme vous savez, cette auguste assemblée est supposée maîtriser l'art de la dialectique. J'attendais beaucoup, et moi j'allais réfuter, et je pensais que le leader de l'opposition allait réfuter à l'honorable Attorney General. Je suis resté sur ma faim, mais donc ce sera pour la prochaine fois. So this bill, commenting on the structure of the bill, Madam the Speaker, the bill comes to cure a mess, and I would say a big mess, created by the previous regime. And I may qualify the FCC Act of 2023 as a vicious and insidious attack on democracy and our criminal justice system. Entrusting powers to the Director General of the FCC was potentially a breach of Section 72 of the Constitution, but also Section 1 and Section 10 of the Constitution. Madam the Speaker, we should not have a short memory. Let us not forget, as pointed out by my earlier speakers, that there was an attempt to undermine the powers of the DPP with the introduction of the Prosecution Commission Bill. And in 2023, the killer of democracy and human rights repeated the crime again. Il récidive, Madame la Présidente, as if it was not enough to be the serial killers of people like Mr. Kistan Kanaki and others. They are also serial killers of our democracy and the cardinal principles of our criminal justice system. The FCC Act of 2023, Madam Speaker, breaches Section 72, subsection 6, which reads as follows: in the exercise of the powers conferred upon him by this section, the Director of Prosecution or Public Prosecution shall not be subject to the direction and control of any person or authority. So indirectly, the DPP always have been having sole responsibility in matters of prosecution. Now, coming to my second point, commending the Attorney General. I must commend the Attorney General for the celerity with which he has come with such a bill. Today, in fact, with the caliber of the Attorney General, we are in safe hands, not in the hands of those who will neglect their job and enjoy stag parties. Let us remind the population that the actual Attorney General has left a lucrative practice to be at the service of the nation, and he has to be commended for that. Madam the Speaker, I'm also impressed by the comprehensiveness of the bill and the quality of the drafting. I know you've got a team behind you, but at the same time, we can feel that it has got your touch. Thank you. And above all, when we read the amending bill, we can see the clarity and also the improvement which has been brought to the bill. For example, if I can cite a few examples, for example, the Commission now is made accountable to the DPP when an investigation is discontinued by virtue of Section 5 of the bill. The DPP may also, you will see, request the FCC to give reasons, and this is quite new, for discontinuing with an investigation. And compounding offences under the FCC Act or Declaration of Assets Act will also require the consent of the DPP. And donc, retournons à César ce qui appartient à César. More importantly, Madam the Speaker, the Director General of the FCC shall not prosecute except with the consent of the DPP. This is in line with the letters, not only the letters of the Constitution. More importantly, what we don't realize, the spirit of the Constitution. So it would seem that the previous regime, either they were not aware or they did it deliberately to forget the very spirit of the Mauritian Constitution. So obviously, even in the past, the DPP could delegate and give consent for others to prosecute. Even the police could prosecute, but with delegation of powers. But nobody could usurp his powers. Now I come to a very, very important point. What I call, what was the political motive? The leader of the opposition was giving a number of reasons. But when you look at the substance of the bill at that time, which eventually became law, we did not see any curative measure to address the concerns of international organizations. So, at face value, the bill seemed to have noble intention and legitimate intention. However, let us not forget the obsession and the compulsion, what we call in the French medical jargon, a talk, which was being suffered by many of the politicians in the previous regime. You understand what is talk? To kill politically the actual Prime Minister when he was on the ground. The FCC bill came after the failure, just remember, of more than 12 concocted cases against the actual Prime Minister. In the same vein, the Good Governance and Public Integrity Bill, and which later became an act with its noble, probably intended objectives, was, however, primarily destined to kill politically the actual Honourable Prime Minister. So it was, and I would lay emphasis, a concerted plan and a plot to finish the main opponent, conducted by Judah, but also the master of Judah, and other accomplices like the Stag Party men who were involved. They strategized, they conspired, nothing less than one of the biggest, and I hammer on that, one of the biggest conspiracies in our political history, Madam Speaker. one Judah is under arrest for now, but I believe that the king of Judah is still scot-free. So you know how the actual prime minister saved him from la poubelle de l'histoire in the by-election that we had. My appeal, Madam Speaker, we should never, ever have ad hominem laws in our country. This was definitely a law, even if it will not please the leader of the opposition. This was a law destined to finish off one man who was haunting the mind of a dictator's dream. Sad for our beloved country. Now, coming to another point, very important point, where we saw a violation of the Constitution and democracy. And you will see, Madam the Speaker, one of the fundamental tenets of democracy, a legal concept, touched by many of my friends, a legal concept enshrined in our Constitution, which is not a mere rhetoric. This concept of separation of powers is not concrete in our Constitution, I concur, but it is underlying throughout multiple sections of the Constitution and consecrated by many eminent judges, like the father of the Attorney General, Justice Glover, Justice Rowe, Justice Lala, and so many others. Many tend to think that separation of powers is just a classical separation of powers as expounded by Montesquieu, as referred to by the Attorney General. But over time, many other jurists in US, in India, has further refined this concept of separation of powers. And this is where, in my own humble opinion, the DPP in trial law is not a pure member of the executive. According to me, in the course of our future revisiting of the Constitution, we have to think whether we should place the DPP under the heading of the executive, or we have to create another chapter where we have, for example, quasi-judicial bodies. This is food for thought, reflection for the upcoming amending of the Constitution. So, when we look at the purpose of DPP provided by Section 72 of the Constitution, you will understand, Madam Speaker, that this has been purposely entrenched and constitutionalized to make him independent and impartial. And here it is good, I think the Attorney General also mentioned that. And in fact, that quotation came from Professor Desmith himself, where he said, to safeguard the stream of criminal justice from being polluted by the noxious political contamination. In fact, the Law Reform Commission took on board the quotation coming from the horse's mouth, that is Professor Desmith, the founding father of the Mauritian Constitution. That is what the previous regime did with the FCC, and shame for this abominable crime against our democracy and Constitution. The same was hammered, as mentioned rightly by the Attorney General, during the Lancaster House Conference. And as per Section 72, the role of the DPP is to prosecute, but also to oversee investigation. This is where, for example, in the case of Kisnen, where the DPP asked the police to make un complément d'enquête, and this is possible. And the police or the ICAC or the FCC is meant to investigate, not to prosecute. Never in the history of Mauritius has any politician sought to give such powers to the police, and they gave it to the FCC. So the segregation within the executive itself prevents any form of conflict of interest. And this is very important for the population to know. And the office, you will see that the DPP and its officers are guided by stringent standards, international standards, as well as local standards, in order to guarantee fairness, independence, and impartiality. Besides the violation of the Constitution, you will see a number of fundamental principles of the criminal justice system have been violated. And I think at this stage it is important to understand the difference between the appointment of the DPP and the Director General of the FCC. And you will note that the DPP, very important point, is appointed by the Judicial and Legal Service Commission. Whereas the Director General of the FCC is appointed, yes, by the President, but, very important point to note, upon the advice of the Prime Minister. Which, in effective terms, it means that the Director General of the FCC is a stooge person of the Prime Minister. And you cannot take powers from the DPP and give these powers to the Director General of the FCC. This is not done in any democratic country. Look around, in so many countries, this was the reason why most of the time you will confer powers to one DPP or with a collegial system. At the most, one day, while revisiting the Constitution, if you want to improve on the role of the DPP, maybe my own suggestion is to have a collegial system. This is a possibility. However, it depends on whom you place at the helm of the institution. When referring to the ad hominem law, they were not aiming only at our actual Prime Minister. They were aiming also at the previous DPP and the actual DPP. So they were aiming not only the Prime Minister, but 3 persons at one go with one shot. This is what they wanted to do. And another important point, unlike the DPP, very important point, you will see that the DPP enjoys what is known as security of tenure. Security of tenure, which is guaranteed by Section 93 of the Constitution. You cannot just put in the DPP and then you vote him out. No, this is not done. You have to follow strictly the provisions of Section 93 of the Constitution. Whereas the post of Director General of the FCC, at any time, you can boot him out. And this is not acceptable in a democracy. So, security of tenure, I would say, is a sine qua non condition to ensure independence, impartiality, and above all, integrity. And whether these people who were at the FCC or the ICAC, whether at that point in time, they commanded integrity. Integrity, Madam Speaker, is very important. And you will see that the DPP is a servant of the Constitution and the state, and public interest above all, but not to the PM of the day. He is guided by the Constitution and, as I mentioned, by international standards. Now, another very important point, Madam Speaker, by the fact that the DPP is the sole authority to prosecute, this will ensure uniformity and the use of objective standards. So once more, I would reiterate to say that the spirit of the Mauritian Constitution that is beautifully defined in the enlightening article of Professor Davis. This is a must for you, for everybody to read. Go and read that article, Constitutionalism in a Plural Society. 2 things here. One, we are in a plural context, in a plural democracy. And second point, very important, we are in a small jurisdiction. Reality and perception of bias exists, and Des Smith, in this beautiful article, explain how there are certain unique features in our Constitution. So allowing the FCC to prosecute did not guarantee uniformity and consistency. So at the same time, you will see that we had a system of check and balance when it comes to the DPP. You could have judicial review, but not with the FCC. So, Madam the Speaker, I will stop here. And to conclude, I would say, yes, this Act of Parliament, the FCC, was an ad hominem law. It violated basic principles of democracy. It violated the principles of separation of powers. And this is a shame for the previous regime to tamper with our democracy, human rights of Mauritius. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Mr. Bichu, try and keep an eye on the time as well. Yes, on your whip
She'll
as
do
well.
the job. Merci, Madame la Présidente. Lorsque j'écoute les orateurs précédents, je vois qu'il y a parmi des éminents légistes, des avocats, un spécialiste de la finance. Donc, les avocats, ils ont abordé ce sujet, ce problème, sous le thème d'une approche très, très légaliste. Et moi, de par ma formation, je vais essayer d'aborder ce problème, qui est effectivement un problème, mais avant tout, est un problème démocratique. Donc, lorsque j'ai étudié ce problème, j'ai essayé de comprendre. Je faisais ce qu'on appelle la généalogie de ce problème. J'essaie de comprendre comment ça se fait que dans l'histoire de notre démocratie, il y a, sauf erreur de ma part, il y a eu 5 tentatives d'amender la Constitution. 5 fois, ils ont amendé la Constitution. Et à chaque fois, lorsque je regarde le MSM est au pouvoir. C'est le MSM qui touche à la Constitution. Je ne dis pas que c'est mauvais, mais essayons de creuser un peu plus loin. Pour comprendre cela, je regarde la composition de cette Assemblée, je constate qu'il y a à peu près 9 partis politiques représentés. Mais j'essaie de comprendre, dans l'histoire de ce pays, comment ça se fait, il n'y a que le MSM qui, lorsqu'ils sont au pouvoir, touche aux fondamentaux de notre société. Et je reviens justement.
Je peux me permettre de vous
Oui, madame.
arrêter. Il y a d'autres gouvernements qui ont amendé dans le bon sens.
Oui, je suis d'accord avec vous. Moi, je dis pourquoi...
Il ne faut pas non plus penser qu'il n'y a eu que ce type d'amendement constitutionnel.
Je suis tout à fait d'accord, c'est pour ça que je dis qu'il touche aux fondamentaux de notre démocratie. Donc ici, le problème qu'il s'agit, on touche à quoi? On touche à la liberté du directeur des poursuites publiques. Il ne s'agit pas, comme certains de mes amis l'ont dit, de réduire le pouvoir du DPP. Il s'agit de confisquer, d'arracher les pouvoirs du DPP. Donc, lorsque je fais une analyse de cette salle, je regarde les partis politiques. Pourquoi nous avons remporté les élections 60-0, madame. Il y a 64 membres qui sont dans la majorité. Nous avons la majorité absolue pour amender la Constitution et pour faire ce que le MSM a fait. Si on avait comme objectif, par exemple, la revanche politique, on aurait pu amender la Constitution et tous ceux qui ont commis des offenses, des crimes contre la République, nos institutions, les finances publiques, ils seraient derrière les barreaux. But why don't we do it? Parce que nous sommes républicains et démocrates. Si j'analyse plus profondément sur les 9 partis politiques représentés ici dans le Parlement, ce n'est pas une surprise, il y a un seul parti qui n'est pas républicain. Nous sommes tous républicains. Le Parti travailliste, le MMM, Résistance, Nouveaux démocrates, même le PMSD, nos amis Rodriguez. Ce sont des partis issus de la République. Mais qu'est-ce que le MSM? Le MSM est avant tout un parti qui n'est pas républicain. C'est un trust. C'est une propriété privée de la famille Jagnat. Et lorsqu'on gère un pays en tant qu'un démocrate, et lorsqu'on gère un trust en tant que gérant d'un trust, une entité privée, voilà, c'est ce qu'il arrive. On essaye d'instrumentaliser toutes les institutions possibles au profit des gestionnaires de ce trust. Voilà symboliquement ce que le MSM a voulu faire avec l'office du directeur des poursuites publiques. Je prends l'exemple. Lorsqu'ils ont introduit, Madame la Présidente, le Prosecution Commission Bill en 2016, contextuellement, pourquoi l'ont-ils fait? Parce que les charges qu'ils avaient mises à l'encontre de l'ancien Premier ministre, l'une après l'autre, les charges étaient, à juste titre, abandonnées par l'office du DPP, où l'ancien Premier ministre, il remportait ses procès où il y avait des non-lieux prononcés par la magistrature. Donc, que faire à ce moment-là? Ils ont essayé d'introduire le Prosecution Commission Bill en 2016 avec, comme objectif, the issue of directions by the Prosecution Commission, qui était un corps politique, appointed by the executive, et l'exécutif est un corps politique, donc avec un agenda politisé, to the Director of Public Prosecutions. Donc, il voulait tout simplement faire tomber le docteur Navin Ramgoolam. Ça n'a pas eu lieu. Rebelote avec FCC Bill. Donc, nous voyons qu'il y a une constance dans la logique du MSM, il y a une constance d'éroder et d'approprier les pouvoirs, non seulement pas de l'office du DPP, mais toutes les institutions possibles du pays. J'appelle cela l'intervention et l'ingérence nauséabonde, machiavélique du MSM. Il y a plusieurs exemples, madame. Il n'y a pas que l'office du DPP. Nous avons eu, pour la première fois dans l'histoire, des appointments à la commission électorale.
Excusez-moi.
Oui, madame.
Il vous reste 3 minutes. Essayez.
Ouais, je vais essayer de conclure.
Non, mais essayez de vous concentrer sur le projet de loi.
Je viendrai, madame. J'y reviendrai. Il y a eu plusieurs exemples, comme la commission électorale, la tentative de l'arrestation du DPP, le complot du free-free-du. On oublie le phone tapping. On a vu comment le commissaire de police donnait des instructions pour faire arrêter,
No, I'm trying to do it by myself.
d'arrêter l'honorable Duval. L'interventionnisme du MSM s'est même étendu jusqu'à la presse. Par cela, ce que j'ai envie de dire, cette tendance à vouloir s'accaparer des institutions de l'État et de le mettre au profit du MSM, c'est ce qu'ils ont essayé de faire avec ce bill. Et je félicite ce gouvernement et notre attorney général qui est venu avec cet amendement, non pas comme je vous ai dit, pour, on va dire, donner la liberté à l'office du DPP en matière de poursuite et d'arrêt de poursuite, mais aussi, on a essayé, on a empêché la création d'un monstre politique qu'aurait pu être le FCC. On a donné plusieurs exemples. Si on a, par exemple, je prends l'exemple, rien qu'en ce qu'il s'agit de l'appointment du directeur général. Essayons d'évaluer le calibre. D'accord? Pour ce qui s'agit du DPP, no person shall be qualified to hold or act in the office of the Director of Public Prosecutions unless he is qualified for appointment as a judge of the Supreme Court. C'est dire la carrure d'un homme qui doit représenter l'office du DPP. Et on a voulu faire quoi? Le remplacer par qui? Navin Bikari. Ce même Navin Bikari, qui lorsqu'il y avait le procès de Maître Point, il a changé de version du jour au lendemain dans ses submissions au Privy Council. Comment voulez-vous que le peuple fasse confiance à cette substitution? C'est pas possible, il n'y a pas de comparaison entre un DPP digne de ce nom et un Navin Bikari. Voilà, je terminerai par dire, madame, je dois respecter mes 10 minutes, je vais terminer par dire que nous avons sauvé la démocratie. Nous avons restauré la confiance dans le processus judiciaire. Et John Locke et Montesquieu doivent se réjouir dans leur tombe. Nous avons restauré la séparation des pouvoirs. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Minister, Ramble. And then you,
Madame la Présidente de la Chambre, puisqu'on parle aujourd'hui aux amendements des pouvoirs d'une institution, le bureau du directeur des poursuites publiques, permettez-moi de dire ceci. Il y avait un temps dans ce pays où nos institutions supposément indépendantes étaient muselées et enchaînées, où on ne pouvait plus faire respirer la démocratie. Je ne parle pas, Madame la Présidente, de l'ère pré-indépendance ou coloniale. Je parle de l'année dernière, la période de 2019 à 2024, où le régime, l'empire MSM, était au pouvoir. Et cet empire qui voulait faire de Maurice un pays autocrate, Madame la Présidente, comme le Premier ministre nous a révélé mardi dernier, pendant la PNQ, le PMQT, on avait une période, la période dont j'ai mentionné, on avait des bail-lookers du MSM. On avait aussi des bail-écouteurs du MSM qui mettaient le téléphone sur l'écoute. Et, comme avait bien dit le Premier ministre, personne n'échappait à la surveillance étatique. Qui veut dire que nos droits à la vie privée pendant cette période n'existaient plus sous le régime MSM. Un autre exemple, le plus flagrant, Madame la Présidente. Et ça, les Mauriciens le suivaient en live chaque semaine. C'était la manière dont les travaux dans cette auguste assemblée étaient arbitrés. Une institution aussi importante que le Parlement, supposée être la voix du peuple, arbitrée par un speaker hautement politisé. Ces rulings n'avaient ni queue, ni tête, non-sens. Je me souviens pendant la campagne, Madame la Présidente, l'honorable DPM avait dit que si nous retournions au pouvoir, on va faire enlever tous ces rulings du hands-on. Et je crois que c'est temps de le faire. Et c'est la même chose qu'on a voulu faire, Madame la Présidente, avec la loi sur la FCC, introduite l'année dernière pour remplacer l'ICAC. Cette loi était pire que la loi sur l'ICAC. D'ailleurs, l'ICAC, en tant que Law Enforcement Agency, même sans les pouvoirs de décision sur les poursuites, était déjà hautement controversé. Même l'ICAC, sans les pouvoirs de poursuite, était hautement controversé. Et vous vous souvenez, Madame la Présidente, puisque vous êtes avocate vous aussi, vous vous souvenez du jugement d'une magistrate sur les contrats alloués pendant le Covid. L'ICAC était taxé de undergoing selective investigation. Et on sait déjà la liste de ces nombreux cas qu'on appelle des high profile cases dénoncés à l'ICAC, mais qui, pour des raisons qu'on sait, n'a pas eu d'aboutissement à ce jour. Mais on aurait cru, quand on avait passé la FCC, on aurait cru que le MSM allait se ressaisir et qu'on allait nous proposer finalement une loi pour remédier à la situation. Mais on nous a proposé une loi sans précédent, pire que le Prosecution Bill proposé par le père Jagnat. Et qui avait fait le PMSD prendre la porte de sortie pour re-rentrer après. C'était le FCC, la loi FCC qu'on avait proposée, c'était une loi exceptionnelle et qui frôlait l'inconstitutionnalité, entachait les principes de séparation de pouvoir et menaçait l'état de droit. C'est ce que nous avons été proposé sous la FCC. Et même Bicari. C'était très clair, Madame la Présidente. C'était une tentative délibérée à travers un simple projet de loi d'éroder l'office du DPP de ses pouvoirs sacro-saints, ceux d'instituer et d'entreprendre des poursuites dans tous les cas criminels, inclus les crimes financiers. Pire, ce qu'on a voulu donner, on a donné ces mêmes pouvoirs, les pouvoirs constitutionnels, à un dominé politique, le directeur de la FCC. Madame la Présidente, j'étais surpris pendant les débats sur le FCC Bill. Comment certains politiciens, je ne dis pas tout, certains politiciens, chevronnés et expériencés, qui étaient supposés de donner l'exemple, se contredisaient avec ces mêmes principes qu'ils défendaient dans le passé. Parmi, il y avait l'honorable Colin Davelou, qui disait être le parrain de l'ICA, puisqu'il avait lui-même présidé le Select Committee sur la fraude et la corruption en 2001. Et vous savez, Madame la Présidente, ce qu'il avait dit dans le rapport sur le Select Committee sur la fraude et la corruption. Permettez-moi de citer un extrait, Madame la Présidente. Il disait sur les pouvoirs de l'ICAC et du DPP, il disait ceci. We have read with alarm the considered opinion of some commentators who feel that ICAC must shoulder its responsibilities all the way and itself conduct the prosecution of cases it has investigated. On avait proposé à cette époque-là que l'ICAC aurait dû avoir les pouvoirs de poursuite et d'investigation. Mais lui, l'honorable Colin Davelou, en 2001, n'était pas d'accord. He said, we do not agree. Alors, il vient justifier cela en disant que, by virtue of Section 72 of our Constitution, the DPP has the sole and unfettered control over criminal prosecutions. Et il dit, nothing that has been said can persuade us that an exception should be made in respect of fraud and corruption. We believe that it is the DPP and the DPP alone to control what has been done by ICAC in the course of the investigation and to decide whether the investigation should result in a prosecution. Il continue, il dit, the DPP is a highly respected institution in this country. The DPP's decision may be found to be wrong, but the DPP must continue to act independently. To immerse the DPP in conquering two parts of investigative process is to cloud the DPP's judgment from the very start. It would also be wrong to concentrate into ICAC the task of intelligence gathering, investigating, and prosecuting at the same time. This would lead to the creation, regardez ça, this would lead to the creation of a monster who would soon get out of control by reason of this overconcentration of power. Et c'est ce qu'ils ont proposé, c'est ce qu'ils ont venu à faire avec la FCC, Madame la Présidente. They have created a monster. Heureusement pour le peuple, la population a réagi. La population a réagi. On a gagné et on a restauré aujourd'hui. Et je félicite l'Attorney General, je félicite le Premier ministre. On a restauré le pouvoir constitutionnel du député. Madame la Présidente, je ne vais pas être long. Vous savez, there is one simple and basic reason. Et les légistes vont le savoir. Why the power to prosecute should remain with the DPP. It's because the DPP is not a political nominee, but an independent judicial officer. When he takes his decision, he doesn't look at your political color. He acts in the public interest, as per the Code of Prosecutors, in order to uphold the integrity of the judicial system. And most importantly, he does so without fear or favor. He is only answerable to one institution, the Court of Justice, not to the Prime Minister, not to the leader of the opposition. So alors, c'est clair, Madame la Présidente, que le MSM voulait créer, comme je l'ai dit, un monstre politique. C'était une loi régressive et encore une fois, je remercie le Premier ministre et l'Attorney General d'avoir pris l'initiative de redonner à notre DPP son indépendance sur toutes les poursuites criminelles. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me say at the outset that in the PMSD, we welcome the amendments being brought by the Attorney General. We welcome it because we have always in the PMSD fought for independence of institutions. We welcome it because under every PMSD government there has been the workings of institutions independently. We welcome it because, as rightly pointed out by speakers before me, the PMSD have left its mark on this country's destiny throughout its years of existence, through the positions that it has taken to strengthen our Constitution, to strengthen the independence of institutions, and to allow for institutions to work as intended by our Constitution. Madam Speaker, there is une différence de taille, however, with this FCC Act and the Prosecution Commission, which we tend to forget here in the debate. The Attorney General has embarked on speaking on the appointment, and that was the crux of the matter for the Prosecution Commission. It was not that it would exercise already the powers of the DPP. It was that in the first proposal, the first draft, the Prime Minister would appoint directly the President of the Prosecution Commission, and the Prosecution Commission had the power to direct the DPP to take or not to take an action, and refusal to abide by its directions would lead to the sacking of the DPP. That was the Prosecution Commission, and that is the crux of the matter. Appointment and termination of appointment. And it is a missed opportunity, however, Madam Speaker, the more so that the office is vacant at the moment as the Director General of the FCC, that we have waited and that we are missing the opportunity to change the mode of appointment. We've always, in the PMSD, Madam Speaker, always strived to have, for institutions like the FCC and the ICAC before that, a mode of appointment similar, if not exact, to that of the Director of Public Prosecution or the Chief Justice through the Judicial and Legal Services Commission. And I hope that this is the kind of amendment that the Attorney General is thinking of bringing to the House, I hope, in a not too distant future. Because why, Madam Speaker? The ICAC, before the FCC, rightly pointed out by the Honourable Utim, did not have the powers to compound, did not have the powers to initiate prosecutions or not to send reports to the DPP when it decided not to prosecute, not to carry out a further investigation. What power did it have? It had virtually the same powers as the SCC, but that did not stop the ICAC from putting those inquiries, those declarations that were not favorable to government dans le fond du tiroir. Since its creation, the ICAC has been like that. So what changes now, Madam Speaker, if the appointment is virtually the same? What difference are there in the appointment between the ICAC and the FCC, one might ask? Simply that in the FCC, it is the President who appoints after recommendation from the Prime Minister, after consultation with the Leader of Opposition, whereas before it was the Prime Minister appointing after consultation with the Leader of the Opposition. But, Madam Speaker, we have heard so many times, in fact, the Leader of the PMSD himself as Leader of the Opposition, so many times complained that that consultation exercise basically amounted to merely sending a letter to the office of the Leader of the Opposition and then completely ignoring any consultative views that was provided to the Prime Minister, and therefore it is basically a rubber stamp exercise. So, Madam Speaker, that does not change. We will fill the position, and that is the question. Will we fill the position once again and then change the mode of appointment like it has been for the head of state? Too late, too little? Or will we seize this opportunity and change the mode of appointment before filling in that vacancy? And that is a question I hope the Attorney General will answer. So, Madam Speaker, that power then to cover up, to use the words of Honourable Utim, is still here, depending on the appointments that we make. Unfortunately, the wrong person at the head of the institution will be a déjà vu. And therefore, to ensure that the appointment process is without any doubt that of independent, then we will, Madam Speaker, unfortunately, still raise these questions to Parliament. So therefore, Madam Speaker, I hope that this is replied. Will we fill the position pending the new body that is being promised? If so, are we filling that position after amendments, after the new legislation, or are we contemplating to fill that position now? And, Madam Speaker, so that is simply what I wanted to say. On the whole, though, Madam Speaker, I have to say something. True it is that the PMSD in 2016 has no doubt saved the destiny of this country with the Prosecution Commission. True it is that institutions have shown, again, where one government used too much power or too much influence, that virtually nearly all institutions can be influenced. So therefore, this change that is being promised starts with security of tenure at the level of the SCC and at the level of all other institutions that have been used so often to oppress in the past. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Honourable Deputy
Yes, Madam Speaker. I won't spend much time on what we've just heard. He's sitting next to one of the culprits. They've made of Mauritius, they tried to make of the DPP.
The Prime Minister cannot treat me as culprit.
culprit.
No, I want him to withdraw what he just said, Madam Speaker.
If we start like this,
Then the person who spoke just before him, the member, told us with the financial crime bill what crime was committed against democracy, against the DPP, what they tried to do and what they did. And now he comes and gives us lessons. Shame on him, Madam Speaker. Shame. Well, let me get to more serious things.
Speaker, may I please?
Oh, Madam Speaker, I hope you won't do that every 5 minutes with your permission.
Remove the word culprit.
You are a culprit, you are guilty devant l'histoire.
I think you will take this as being your being in a party and they're talking.
Treat somebody as culprit.
On vous a condamné. You are a culprit. So, Madam Speaker, I'll get to more of a happy hour.
Madam Speaker, if I may, on a point of order. It is clear in the standing orders that we may not comment on the conduct or character of the member without bringing a substantive motion. Therefore, I think this would be the proper course of action, especially since there are 64 members.
Everybody speaking here has been condemning what you've done as a government in the case of MSM and as a culprit with that government until the last general elections.
You cannot use these words.
So, Mr. Speaker, I'll do away, and I'm hoping that they'll walk out. But please don't order them out. It's not worth it. Let me get to more serious things, Madam Speaker.
Making very difficult for me.
Allez. Pas qu'à attendre. Madam Speaker. You're staying?
You want there to be no opposition?
No, there is one behind you. Madam Speaker, let me get to more serious things. Madam Speaker, this government, our government, has a very, very ambitious democratic agenda. As you know, Madam Speaker, we mean to make of Mauritius une démocratie exemplaire. And that is what we are doing today, and we'll keep on doing. And we want to make of Mauritius une démocratie exemplaire. Après 10 ans de viols et de crimes contre la démocratie. C'est notre but. Et faire de l'île Maurice une démocratie exemplaire. Ça veut dire quoi? Je ne parlerai pas trop longuement là-dessus. C'est faire quoi? C'est d'abord rendre au Parlement toute sa dignité, tout son rôle. Et c'est déjà fait, pas complètement. Nous avons encore beaucoup à faire. Mais déjà, ce que nous avons fait pour rendre au poste speaker, au Parlement, ces lettres de noblesse, c'est extraordinaire. Ensuite, la MBC, c'est déjà fait, mais nous avons encore beaucoup à faire. Mais si on prend la peine de regarder la MBC, après 10 ans de propagande quotidienne, nous allons dans la bonne direction. Faire de l'île Maurice une démocratie exemplaire, c'est faire les élections régionales et mettre dans la Constitution la démocratie régionale. Même là aussi, c'est déjà commencé. Les élections municipales sont derrière la porte. Et nous continuerons dans cette direction, Mme Speaker. Faire de l'île Maurice une démocratie exemplaire, c'est réussir une bonne réforme électorale que nous réussirons cette fois, après avoir essayé dans un passé pas trop lointain, le Premier ministre, moi-même, tous ceux qui comprennent quelque chose à la démocratie. Faire de l'île Maurice une démocratie exemplaire, c'est de venir de l'avant avec un Protection of Information Act que nous ferons, qui est dans notre programme. Faire de l'île Maurice une démocratie exemplaire, c'est en finir avec les provisional charges qui ont existé jusqu'à présent et qui ont permis ce que nous savons qui s'est passé. Faire de l'île Maurice une démocratie exemplaire, c'est rendre ses pouvoirs au DPP. Nous avons dit que nous allons faire ça. Non seulement rendre ses pouvoirs aujourd'hui au DPP, mais consolider ses pouvoirs. Et je reviendrai là-dessus à la fin de mon intervention. Je peux parler encore, mais faire de l'île Maurice une démocratie exemplaire, pour nous, ce n'est pas du blablabla, comme ce que nous venons d'entendre. Nous sommes en train de faire vraiment de notre pays une démocratie exemplaire, et nous sommes fiers de ça. Aujourd'hui, c'est un début, c'est un first step. Mais un first step très important de rendre tous ces pouvoirs au DPP. C'est déjà énorme. Et c'est pourquoi, moi aussi, je salue, bien sûr, c'est une décision du gouvernement, pas de l'Attorney General. C'est le gouvernement, à travers l'Attorney General, qui a fait un exposé magistral un peu plus tôt. C'est un premier pas, mais c'est un grand pas pour faire de l'île Maurice une démocratie exemplaire. Le but de ce bill, de ce projet de loi, to restore the procedural, the prosecutional powers of the DPP. C'est ce que nous faisons aujourd'hui. Ce que nous allons faire dans l'avenir, je reviendrai là-dessus à la fin de mon intervention. Aujourd'hui, nous rendons au DPP tous ses pouvoirs, usurpés par le MSM et ses complices jusqu'aux dernières élections. Il ne faut pas l'oublier. Des crimes qui ont été commis. Aujourd'hui, nous rendons à un DPP exemplaire, lui aussi, tous ses pouvoirs. Mais nous n'allons pas nous arrêter là. Déjà, c'est énorme. Mais nous n'allons pas nous arrêter là. Nous viendrons, l'Attorney General, le gouvernement, nous viendrons avec un nouveau Financial Crimes Bill, à moins que ce soit remplacé par une autre loi, encore plus démocratique, encore plus d'avant-garde que ce que nous avons jusqu'à présent mentionné. Ça viendra. Aujourd'hui, ils sont plus pressés que tout le monde, ceux qui ont essayé de tuer le DPP. Aujourd'hui, ils trouvent que nous n'allons pas assez vite. Enfin, il a pris son temps, mais c'est arrivé. Happy hour. Nous viendrons avec un full bill ou une loi encore plus démocratique, encore plus solide pour remplacer le Financial Crimes Commission Bill d'aujourd'hui. Nous avons même dit que nous allons amender la Constitution. Nous en discuterons des détails au gouvernement, parce qu'il y a des nuances là-dessus. Comment le faire? Faire quoi exactement? Mais nous avons dit que nous allons amender la Constitution pour que les pouvoirs plus étendus du DPP soient inscrits dans la Constitution. Nous viendrons avec cela après un full discussion dans le gouvernement. Est-ce que nous viendrons avec un DPP Act? S'il le faut, oui, c'est l'Attorney General qui nous conseillera. Est-ce que nous viendrons donc avec un full DPP Act? Tout ça, nous le ferons. Et je vous dirai franchement, Madame la Présidente, à chaque budget que nous avons voté depuis des années, maudissant galopé, quand je vois que le Local Government Service Commission, une institution très importante, Mais le local government exemption, dans nos estimates, stands alone. Ils ont leur budget. Un stand-alone sous le Premier ministre d'une façon générale. Alors que le DPP tombe sous le vote de la tournée générale. La tournée générale d'aujourd'hui, on peut lui faire confiance. Mais dans le principe même, il faut que le DPP, dans les estimates, nous allons lui donner tout ce qu'il a besoin comme pouvoir, comme indépendance dans la Constitution, si nécessaire, à travers un DPP Act, mais dans les estimates avant tout. Nous allons voter un prochain budget, mais nous verrons à ce que le Office of the DPP stands alone, comme une liste d'institutions qui stand alone. Donc tout cela, nous avons dit que nous allons le faire et nous le ferons. Aujourd'hui, c'est un pas, premier pas, mais un pas de géant. C'est déjà énorme. Nous allons voir bien qu'est-ce qu'il faudra mettre quand nous amenderons de façon plus poussée la loi, mais déjà, c'est énorme, c'est fantastique ce que nous sommes en train de faire. Donc, je pense, j'avais envie de pleurer quand j'écoutais, je crois que c'est le ministre Ramphol, qui citait Ivan Colin David en 2001. C'était sous notre gouvernement, et vraiment, ça a été un ami personnel, mon avocat, un vrai démocrate, qui aujourd'hui finit comme eux, avec le MSM. Mais c'est triste à pleurer. Mais enfin, c'est la vie. Mais nous sommes décidés, le Premier ministre, moi-même, le Parti travailliste, le MMM, Résistance et Alternative, Nouveaux démocrates, nous tiendrons parole. Aujourd'hui, c'est un premier pas. Nous ferons beaucoup d'autres pas, le plus rapidement possible, pour faire de l'île Maurice vraiment une démocratie exemplaire. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, the Attorney General has been so clear and precise, and many orators, including the Deputy Prime Minister, others, that I will try not to repeat what has been said. The Attorney General explained, comprehensively explained, the need to restore constitutional order. This is why these amendments to the Financial Crimes Commission Act are necessary until we repeal the FCC Act, as announced in the presidential address, I think paragraph 10. Today, what we are enacting, as the Deputy Prime Minister has just said, as others have also said, this is merely the starting point of a broad transformation. For years, our legal and investigative framework have suffered from inefficiency, political interference, and a lack of accountability. The FCC, Madam Speaker, also was used as the tool for persecution of opponents of the regime, as so many have said before me. We must do more than patch up the system. We must build anew. That's what we are doing, the first step of what we are doing. The people of Mauritius expect real change. They elected us for this, and we will deliver, I can tell the House. Our goal is not simply to correct the past mistakes, but to construct a modern enforcement body that operates beyond political cycles. By that I mean, whoever comes, they won't come back, but whoever comes, it must be beyond the political cycle and effectively combat financial and organized crime. This will be our legacy. That is why, Madam Speaker, this government will in due course, as others have said, we will replace the Financial Crimes Commission Act. It will be replaced, we said that in our presidential, with a national crime agency. a new institution which will be independent, well-equipped, professionally structured to tackle financial and serious crimes decisively. All those who thought that they would have immunity, as Minister Utim has explained it so well, they thought they would be protected, they would have immunity, or they belong to such a community that you can't touch them. This, no. If they commit financial crimes, I ask them to think again, because we'll be ruthless against those who interfere with that agency. Building a credible, investigative authority is not an easy task. It is complex. It will require careful planning and expertise with a solid legal framework. We must create an institution that people can trust, not what LICAC was. They must be able to trust them. It must be efficient, and it must be, I stress again, free from any external influence. No one will be allowed to intervene. And we will draw inspiration, Madam Speaker, from international best practices and also seek the views of those who are already involved in our criminal justice system. That is why we need this amendment. It's a first step so that the institution respects our democratic principles until we replace it. And we need to restore, Madam Speaker, the public confidence in the institutions that we bring up. Ensure that justice is pursued with rigor and impartiality. With today's amendment, we are securing the independence of the Director of Public Prosecution. In fact, we are restoring what was taken away from the Director of Public. When did you see, Mr. Speaker, a Commissioner of Police challenging the DPP in court? Never happened before. It just shows the mentality of the MSM. Even that they went to the extent. They tried to arrest the former DPP. He had to run away from his house and get protection from the judge in court. This is why we have to have this new National Crime Agency, which will be empowered, as I say, to conduct inquiries professionally without any favoritism. Nobody will be allowed to intervene with them, interfere in the conduct of the investigation. They will have specialists, skilled, financial investigators. I don't know whether some try not to do the job properly. We have this. They derail the inquiry, and you see the guilty goes away. This will not happen. There will be financial investigators who will know what to do, and they will have the decision to prosecute. The decision will rest with the DPP. They will do the investigation. They must be separate. It cannot be together. The agency will have full authority to investigate. And the cases will be based on facts, not on personal or political considerations, on facts. And then there will be a scrutiny at the apex by the prosecution services. So you'll get checks and balances. This is why we want to have also a prosecution service, which will be set up under the aegis of the DPP. During the past 10 years, Madam Speaker, there has been unanimous condemnation of the ICAP. Unanimous. It became politically, a politically perverse institution. And at the helm, a self-appointed monarch. To show that immoral minds know no limits when in power, the previous regime, I think I find it an insult to the intelligence of Mauritians. Adopted the Financial Crimes Commission Act, not only to prosecute opponents, but to stop certain investigations, as my honorable colleague, Honorable Utim explained so clearly. Files were closed. Angus Road is an example. You gave many examples. It became paradoxically a symbol of state corruption, It violated the Constitution of Mauritius, attacking the functions of the DPP. This was a dark chapter of our history. The former DPP himself has said that the FCC was created to usurp the power of the DPP, and furthermore, with the mass surveillance that we know happened, including members of the judiciary, including everybody, in fact. The former DPP said he realizes now that what was being said in his office by his own people, maybe on the phone, the police knew before they go to court, they knew. Is this what we want for this country? Then we abolish everything. But this will change. A red line, I must say a very red line, has been crossed. This cannot be. Their minds were so corrupt that they were obsessively bent on replacing the office of the DPP by the infamous, what I think it was called Public Prosecution Commission. They appointed their own, I could say, scoundrels at the helm of all criminal prosecutions in our country. Honourable Juval himself, he is not here. How is his own father resigned? There were many other reasons probably, but that was what tipped him to resign. What people should understand is that the decision to introduce the bill was not by itself an isolated act. If you look at it, it was a broader scheme by the NSL. Prosecution, the DPP being tried to take the powers away from the DPP, protecting those close to the regime, or those who would dare to go and speak in their eye, in their ear. All this was happening. What they did was confiscate the major institutions of the country who were supposed to uphold justice and democracy in our country. The goal of my government is to put in place a system that those who break the law will have to face the legal consequences regardless of who they are. And certainly not a politique de vengeance, as they did, where charges were brought against political opponents. I was a victim. Charges were brought, and then they tried to concoct evidence, fabricate evidence. You know, lawyers will know what it means. What a dangerous thing to do is to fabricate false evidence. I have been through this. I know what they did. Not a political politique de vengeance, but true accountability. That's what we want. A system where institutions will function freely, diligently, and without any interference. When entrusted to the right individuals, our institutions will ensure that those who breach the laws, trample on the rights of citizens, or plundered our nation will not escape justice. And I can tell you, believe me, Madam Speaker, they will not escape. Our priority, Madam Speaker, is to build institutions that serve the interests of the whole nation. Not one clique or one group or one community. No, the whole nation. Not political agendas, not individual ambitions, but the rule of law itself which has to prevail. This is what we're trying to do. The future National Crime Agency will be a model of integrity and competence. Enquiries will be done, I say again, by professionals. And if ever there are leakages, like that has happened just now, we've seen, action will be taken. There will be sanctions. Today marks the beginning of an essential reform. But we will not stop there, as the Deputy Prime Minister said very forcefully. We are committed to delivering a truly robust and transparent framework to uphold justice and combat crime. This is not just about amending laws, change a name, put another name. No, it's about shaping a system that serves all Mauritians. In these efforts, Madam Speaker, I take inspiration from the words of President Mandela, who wrote, and I quote, he said, "I've walked that long road to freedom. I've tried not to falter. I've made missteps along the way. but I've discovered the secret that after climbing a great hill, one only finds that there are many more hills to climb. I've taken a moment here to rest, to steal a view of the glorious vista that surrounds me, to look back at the distance I have come. But I can only rest for a moment. For with freedom comes responsibilities. And I dare not linger, for my long walk is not ended. Yes, we have come a long way. We have come many obstacles, this country. We have benefited from the strides of giants before us. And tomorrow, younger generations, there are plenty of them here, they will carry on across our bridge to the future. But for now, Madam Speaker, there are many hills for us to climb, but we will climb them. Thank you.
Honourable Attorney General, you got a mouthful of proposals.
Mike.
Madam Speaker, having heard what the honourable members of the House had to say today, it is clear that even the opposition has nothing much to say about the very specific amendments brought about to the Financial Crimes Commission Act. Indeed, if I refer to the speech of the Honourable Leader of the Opposition when the FCC Act was put to Parliament last year, he rightly stated, the learned Leader of the Opposition at the time, that if this law needs to be repealed because it would mean the destruction of the office of the DPP and then of our civil liberties. In that respect, Mr. Speaker, he said, this bill is an evil precedent. So I was a bit surprised to hear Honourable Duval today make reference to the fact that this bill, in fact, does not put an end to the possibility of a cover-up. I'll come to that in a minute. On a lighter tone, having heard my learned colleagues of the House speak, since very young I've been dead scared of monsters. I don't like them, especially those created for a specific purpose, here for the dismantling of the prosecutorial powers of the DPP. That is what they wanted to do. And let us be clear, the FCC, as the Deputy Prime Minister and the Prime Minister have said very clearly, the FCC Act will be repealed in due course. And let me reassure my learned friend Duval that he is absolutely wrong when he says the power to cover up still exists. It is not true, and I will explain why. You see, if you go through the very many amendments brought in this bill, you will have seen that the whole purpose of this act is to restore the prosecutorial powers of the DPP in relation to the functions and powers of the FCC, i.e., that is, that when there is the possibility of stopping a prosecution, the DPP will have his way. He will know what to do and what not to do. Now, of course, these amendments do not go the whole way, because we wanted to be very specific in order to ensure that these restrictive amendments today will be only a first step. But as the Deputy Prime Minister rightly said, it is indeed a big step in the right direction. We shall restore democracy, make no mistake, and as quickly and as swiftly as possible. So I note that the amendments per se, the specific amendments, have not been attacked in any way. Indeed, there cannot be any attack, as the restoration of public confidence by these amendments is paramount, and this government will not flinch and has gone as quickly and swiftly as possible to bring these first amendments to restore democracy and to make sure that the prosecutorial powers of the DPP are restored. In fine, what we're doing today is simply restoring the powers of the DPP as provided in the Constitution, as all the members of this House have stated today. The new law will come in the meantime, but for now, we have plugged a loophole which would have allowed the DPP, which would have allowed the FCC, if it was so minded, to stop an investigation which ought to be prosecuted. As the Prime Minister concluded this afternoon, this is the start of a long road that will lead to greater democracy, which our nation will be proud of and will be, of course, free to live in. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable Attorney General, you have to commend the bill again to the House. You just commend the bill to the House.
I now commend the bill to the House.
And then I need it to be seconded. The Deputy Prime Minister seconded. The question is that the Financial Crimes Commission Miscellaneous Provisions Bill number 1 of 2025 be read the second time. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Are we proceeding with committee stage immediately?
Public Bill Committee stage.
Alors. Voilà. Thank you. Okay? You call.
Clause 1, short title. Clause 2, Courts Act amended. Clause 3, Criminal Appeal Act amended. Clause 4, District and Intermediate Courts Criminal Jurisdiction Act amended. Clause 5, Financial Crimes Commission Act 2023 amended.
The question is that clauses 1 to 5, stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Title and enacting clause.
The question is that the title and enacting clause stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The final question is that I do report to the House that the Financial Crimes Commission Miscellaneous Provisions Bill number 1 of 2025 has passed the committee stage without amendments. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. And now I will resume the chair. Thank you. Honourable Members, I have to report to the House that the Financial Crimes Commission Miscellaneous Provisions Bill number 1 of 2025 has passed committee stage without amendments.
Public Bill, third reading.
I move that the Financial Crimes Commission Miscellaneous Provisions Bill number 1 of 2025 be read the third time and passed.
Motion needs to be seconded. I'm looking on this side. Mr. Lubin. The question is that c'est bon là, hein? The question is that the Financial Crimes Commission Miscellaneous Provisions Bill number 1 of 2025 be read the third time and passed. Those in favour say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Motion.
Honourable Minister of Agro-Industry.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me convey congratulations to the mover of the motion and others for delivering their maiden speeches. Madam Speaker, we've had the privilege to listen to some awe-inspiring speeches. And I feel proud to be at long last in the temple of democracy. And democracy will not only prevail, but under the leadership of Prime Minister, democracy is here today and here to stay. And we have to live up to expectations of a nation. What is expected of us, Madam Speaker? Transparency, accountability, reaching out for a better outreach. And the people, they have spoken. And the resounding mandate is a call for liberty, justice, and solidarity. And what have we witnessed since the last 10 years? Corruption, decadence, and a government whose main agenda was to rip off this country. And when Prime Minister, in a reply to parliamentary questions, stated that the state has been captured, and we have to know the cost of the state capture. That cost has to be computed on only one item. We were told that the cost was, why? Because Big Brother was watching. But if we compute the cost of state capture, it would run into several billions of rupees. And we have to know who are those who pocketed this money. It is true, as has been rightly stated, we are in a democratic country. And the demarcation line between democratic institutions have to be wide and not blurred. But let me issue a note of warning to those who swell their pockets and probably will end up with a double hernia. Let me tell them, they may enjoy armchair comfortability, they may relax, but the time has come for them to be arrested under the provisions of the law, as has been stated very clearly in this House. Yes, the powers of the DPP had to be restored. But I'm sure the DPP is not next to God. Some people say he's next to God. But I'm sure he will motivate his decision in relation to cases of prosecution or no prosecution, cases of major importance. This is democracy. And democracy is prevailing. And when you talk to people outside the ambit of his house, they feel that they are free at long last and at large. And this is the reason why I say. And I say to all of us, those who were in this house during the time that they were in power, we knew what we went through. And as leader of the opposition, I had no choice but to move a motion of confidence in the Speaker only 7 months after the MSM government was sworn in. And we know the circumstances which provoked his departure. And he was, of course, replaced by the gatekeeper of the MSM. But he was not. His appointment did not only make him a gatekeeper, but the appointment, the nomination, was a blatant rape of parliamentary democracy, Madam Speaker. That's what it was. And we knew that their politics was a politics of collusion, the collusion between the leader of the House and the Speaker. and they turned the House into a walk-in, walk-out parliament, selectively and arbitrarily picking on those who should be called to walk out. This is the democracy, so-called democracy, that prevails, Madam Speaker. It's over. It's over. Now it's a democracy which is deeply rooted and permeated into the lives of a nation which is on the walk for better freedom, Madam Speaker. So that's why I say, when we talk of state capture, there is a call for responsibility. And those who have captured the state should be made responsible, and they have to answer before a court of justice. Madam Speaker, when we make promises, we deliver. But we deliver in relations to the provisions of the law. We don't act outside the perimeter of the law. We are law-abiding citizens. What prevailed in the past was cronyism prevailing over integrity, Madam Speaker. So, and it is precisely this cronyism which enabled them to hand out indiscriminately land to those who were not deserving. Land to those who were not deserving at the expense of sectors like agriculture and blue economy, because those core sectors were neglected. And I will quote an architect of the Green Revolution of India. I will quote Dr. Swaminathan, and I will say what the message that he conveyed to students and farmers, PhD students. If agriculture goes wrong, nothing else will have a chance to go right. And our nation's food security, Madam Speaker, is at a crossroad. Yet, and I've said it loud and clear, our policy is to eat what we produce and produce what we eat. Unfortunately, we have a high level of food imports in Mauritius, while our local production remains below expectation. And it's a situation which is untenable, one that calls for bold reform and decisive action. Under the previous regime, our food bill skyrocketed to over 60 billion rupees, while local production was left to stagnate. 80% of our food needs is imported. We harvested less than 12,000 tons of potatoes, 8,000 tons of onions, and import more than 20,000 tons of fish or other seafood produce. The bulk of it is from fish farm at a cost of more than 550 million rupees. Madam Speaker, if I tell you that you are an inhabitant of a small island developing state, perhaps with a high vulnerability index, but if I tell you that you're a citizen of the ocean state, I'm sure you'll feel very proud. But Mauritius is a coastal state. UK is not a coastal state. I'm not going to refer to ruling given by tribunal under gloss. Nor am I going to say what was the opinion given by the International Court of Justice, nor the massive vote which we reaped at the UN General Assembly, nor what the Prime Minister of UK stated in the House of Commons. No, I was not privy to the conversation which he had with our Prime Minister. But Mauritius is an ocean state, and our sovereignty is as clearly spelled out in our Constitution. But what stops me tomorrow to say that I'm going to give fishing license for any fishing trawler company or any vessel, fishing vessel, to go to any part of Chagos. Go and fish and bring the catch to be landed in our port. What stops me from saying this? We are a sovereign democratic state. The Prime Minister of UK in the House of Commons has stated that Mauritius is entitled to its sovereignty, hence the Republic of Mauritius. Why should we be a net importer of fish produce when we can go to any part of Chagos, barring Diego Garcia, if the deal is sealed? We don't have any fisheries partnership agreement. We are on our own. We have the authority, moral authority, legal authority, legitimate authority to fish in our exclusive extended zone, Madam Speaker. So let me say, it's time for us to achieve self-sufficiency. I don't see any reason why we have to be a net importer of fish produce. And when I say self-sufficiency, not only going out for a bigger catch, but I mean key crops like potatoes, onions, and pulses, produced locally, and cross-border initiative for self-sufficiency. I just came back from a summit, of course. Prime Minister gave me this privilege to attend a summit which was held in Kampala on comprehensive Africa agriculture development program. And they wanted us to earmark 10% of our total public expenditure to invest in food production. I made it quite clear to them. There is a threshold that we can use, and there is because we are an ocean state. In as much as we are going to invest in production in land, we have to make sure that we widen the circle of opportunities for those who are going to make the most of ocean state. But we have to modernize, and we have to make sure that institutions deliver. But we need the skills, and we need the commitment, and this leadership is coming from this government. For far too long, there has been indolence in this country. Time to wake up, and as we say, arise, awake, and stop not till the goals are reached. And we're encouraging land optimization through agro mapping and land use planning. We are going to set up special agricultural zone together with Landscope, MSI, and Land Use Division Agro Ministry. And we will publish a map with clear indices on land suitability for specific crops. India is willing to offer immediate technical assistance to accelerate the process. It's time for us to think positively and invest in digital and precision agriculture, artificial intelligence and biotechnology to boost productivity, strengthening Food Agricultural Research Extension Institute to provide better support to farmers, notwithstanding interline cropping, and land lease will be encouraged for private-public partnership. Madam Speaker, a national insurance policy for agricultural resilience will be introduced, and we're actually at the level of bid evaluation committee. Would you imagine giving the opportunity to every farmer, to every planter, every grower, every breeder to be entitled to an insurance scheme? We said it, and we are going to deliver. The sugar industry, Madam Speaker, is part of our national heritage, and we will ensure it remains viable. Sugarcane is one of the best carbon dioxide cleanser. The previous government failed to protect small planters, allowing the industry to decline. But we will reverse this trend by increasing the sugar price to 35,000 rupees per ton to support small planters. It may vary between 38,000 rupees to 45,000 rupees per ton of sugar. Promoting special sugar for niche market to maximize return, expanding biomass production using bagasse, bamboo, and cane flash. What did they say? They say that 60% of our electricity needs would be generated from biomass. They were criminals. Today there's a risk of power blackout because they failed to invest in renewable energy. They had no vision. And this is the situation where we are. But my friend, the Minister of Public Utilities and Energy, is forcefully addressing this issue together with the government. Madam Speaker, securing local production, sugar production, and increasing domestic sales for appropriate measures. But you may tell me, how is it you are promising to give planters 35,000 rupees per ton from the proceeds of sale of the sugar? Where will it come? We have a domestic market, and this domestic market will become a guaranteed market with a guaranteed price for small planters. Why is it that the corporate sector from SADC, why is it that the corporate sector from elsewhere should take advantage of our remunerative market in Mauritius? That market should exclusively go to small planters in the name of special and differential treatment. Madam Speaker, would you believe it? Decultivation, and I've met the promoters, are being revitalized with special mechanized projects and increased focus on value-added products such as bubble tea and flavored infusion. Two high value-added projects are being implemented. Let me now turn to the blue economy. And as stated earlier, we are an ocean state and we are all ocean citizens. But we will drive the blue economy by turning the port of Port Louis into a modern port to increase transshipment capacity and global competitiveness, ensuring our country becomes a key maritime hub in the region. And there are 4 criteria which are essential to the smooth running of a modern port: velocity of traffic, fronting insurance policy, bunkering and storage, stable and competitive pricing. We have to draw lessons from the success of how the port in Namibia is being run and managed. It is a success story, and as I say, there are lessons to be learned. Ship chandler is a big business in Mauritius port. 40,000 ships ply the sea route of the Western Indian Ocean. We should be a port of call for at least 20,000 vessels. Would you believe it if I say there's no direct shipping line between many African ports and Port Louis, no direct shipping line between Mauritius and India? Under the decadent and filthy regime of the MSM, Mauritius received a low ranking in Container Port Performance Index 2022, reported by World Bank. It came at a measly 327th out of 344 ports globally, an abysmal performance indeed. So, as I've said earlier, we have to expand sustainable fisheries, the construction of a fishing port, and the setting up of an international auction market, strengthening monitoring and surveillance to combat illegal fishing, unreported and unregulated fishing, developing marine biotechnology to exploit high-value oceanic resources, promoting aquaculture as a viable alternative to fishing, to traditional fishing. And Vietnam is willing to share its experience and partner with Mauritius, launching a second national dialogue on the ocean economy to drive policy innovation. The last one was held in 2013, setting up the largest marine protected area to ensure long-term ocean sustainability. developing blue carbon sinks as part of a commitment to climate change mitigation. We will also implement a national marine protected area to enhance biodiversity and establish a blue carbon sink aligning with our sustainability commitment. Mauritius has a leading role to play on the biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm just about to conclude. Let me remind the House that climate change and what we call DILE is a direct threat to life in our marine ecosystem, and it is impacting on our marine ecosystem. Direct threat to food security. To build resilience, we will expand reforestation and afforestation efforts to protect soil biodiversity. Introducing smart irrigation systems and water harvesting techniques, the construction of Rivière des Anguilles Dam is long overdue, and the Minister of Energy and Public Utilities has given firm assurance we will deliver. Madam Speaker, I've reached almost to the end of my speech. As we say, we are here today and here to stay, but here to deliver, and as an alliance which understand the meaning of changement. Changement is going to be meaningful, effective, and the only factor which remains constant in life is change. So we have opted for change, hands up, and outreach to one and all. Thank you very much.
Yes, Madam Speaker, thank you.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Yes, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker,
Speak up, speak up.
I am speaking up. I am speaking up. I'm just
Getting organised.
yes, trying to. Madam Speaker, the government program, like most government programs, sounds good on paper, but then the real test is always in the delivery. It is an ambitious program. It is regretfully vague in places where clear promises have been made and sometimes hard to read. For example, between the line of free transportation, I still have had some difficulty in understanding what government meant in the paragraph that we will put everything in place to pave the way for free transportation, whether or not that means that we will see free transportation. Basically, Madam Speaker, the program is ambitious, it sounds good, but the proof of the pudding is in the eating. And we will see to it that government implements its agenda, and we will comment as and when we see these being done. I've said it before, ça mérite d'être dit, le gouvernement a une chance que peu avant ont eu pour apporter un vrai changement. Et même si, par exemple, en tournant la seconde page du programme, on voit de belles promesses. Government will foster ethics and integrity as core values. Donc on voit une promesse d'intention de changer réellement la gouvernance. Mais je peux m'empêcher, Madame la Présidente, de faire un parallèle entre le cas des dépenses électorales à l'époque des Keystone Papers, qui avait été à l'époque repris ici dans la Chambre par le leader de l'opposition d'alors, l'honorable Mohamed, qui avait été repris, bien sûr, par la résistance et alternative, sur les dépenses électorales au-dessus du palier légal, qui, à juste raison, avait été fait, on en avait fait tout un plat, et qui avait même en suivi de private prosecution en cours de justice, et ici, dans le cas de déclaration faite par voie d'affidavit.
This is not on the program.
Well,
This is not on the program.
Ethics and integrity is.
Yes.
And if you allow me, Madam Speaker, electoral reform, political financing, free and fair elections, all of which is on the program. So this falls within that. Now, again,
But
And-
except you don't go in the nitty-gritty of what you just said, because it's still pending.
Madam Speaker, if you will not preempt what I'm saying, and allow me to deliver my speech, being the only one here, save and except for Franco Guirin, who's independent of the opposition. Right.
Carry on, carry on.
Thank you. What I was saying, Madam Speaker, again, we do not need to wait for a constitutional amendment to bring about free and fair elections, to bring about the principle of ethics and integrity in our electoral process. And we should treat matters of the same nature similarly. And this is why I can only but recall how Keystone Papers are being treated, and I can only see here the paradox that this is being treated as if it didn't happen. In fact, Madam Speaker,
I don't follow you. Can't follow you.
well, si j'en crois aux déclarations qui ont été faites par certains membres du gouvernement, qui sont satisfaits des explications, then I understand that it is not an issue. You want me to, I don't want to go and name who said what. They will recognize themselves, but it has been done. Madam Speaker, this is a speech on the government program.
Yes.
It's very wide and has been commented largely. I will simply say, Madam Speaker, that we do not need to wait for the implementation of that part of the constitutional amendments to put the ethics and integrity in practice. If members of cabinet are now embroiled in what appears to be the start, according...
Yes.
A real point of order. We know what's taking place. We know that the Electoral Commissioner is looking into the matter, I'm sure. If it's gone to the police will be looking into the matter, but he can't, in the House, interfere into an ongoing inquiry, if there is one.
Really, you can't. All right. I rule that. I tried to tell you. It's not sub judice yet,
Yes.
but it is still being investigated.
Like all cases which are referred to from the past government, we understand. Like all of them. What I'm going to say simply is that ethics and integrity
carry on
would
with ethics.
entail resigning from cabinet until the provisions, in fact, of the law, there is a mechanism in the law to apply, as you may know, Madam Speaker, until those provisions are satisfied. That, in my opinion,
But you
I am merely commenting, would be what needed to be.
You cannot.
The more so, Madam Speaker,
Honourable member, you have been sitting here. I didn't even hear this. Honourable member, you have been sitting. May I? Honourable member, you've been sitting in this chair. You know how very difficult it is. I gave a ruling. Please carry on with the government program.
Speaker, would you like me to quote?
Yes,
Okay, I will quote.
but do not,
Yes, I will quote.
you know.
So, one must read the government program, page 2. Government will foster ethics and integrity as core values in the works of life. Page 3. There will be an electoral commission, a commission to be set up to bring reforms in our electoral system. We talk about the right of recalling members of parliament.
Yes.
To enhance transparency in the political sphere, combat corruption, and ensure free and fair election. New legislation will be introduced for funding of political parties. So it's relevant to what I'm saying. What I'm merely saying, Madam Speaker, is my understanding is that this should be considered, I understand, when I read the phrase, a government which will foster ethics and integrity as core values. Now, Madam Speaker, let us talk about the same page 3. We're talking about anti-defection provisions. In the same chapter, we talk about consolidation of democracy. Now, Madam Speaker, as you see, I am alone here. The leader of opposition has walked out. Rightly so. I would have done the same had I not had to make the speech. And because some are being bullies. Let's not forget, we are two in this parliament. And we have to listen to bullies.
Honourable Member.
To a bully, in fact.
If you carry on in this vein, it's not going to help anybody. Don't forget, I have come to this House to uphold the dignity of the House. We know what has happened before. We don't want this to happen again. So I have told you in the past, I will defend the rights of everyone, including the rights of the opposition. And you have seen how I have acted up to now. So don't overdo. Don't put me in a difficult position. That also goes for everybody else.
Yes, Madam Speaker. So I was talking about the anti-defection provisions. I was saying we are two malheureux membres de l'opposition.
C'est comme ça.
Hopefully free soon. One might ask themselves. But for now, we are two.
You're provoking.
No, I'm not. Madam Speaker, I am making my speech. Am I not allowed to express my views and comment on the issue?
Don't talk about the independent member.
But why is that? I'm talking about Parliament, Madam Speaker.
He can defend himself.
Okay, fair enough. I won't talk about Mr. Kira. Madam Speaker, anti-defection provisions. As I said, we are two. And as I said, government has expressed intention to consolidate democracy. That is clear from the program, electoral program. That is clear from the government program. But, Madam Speaker, one can only but ponder, why is it that after the election, 60-0, plus 2 MPs from Mudrig, as is a custom, 62-4, government did not see a problem. Knowing how the best loser system works, how myself, Mr. Lejonga, and 2 other members have been appointed as best losers for the opposition. I am sure, Madam Speaker, you are well aware the provisions, the mechanism of the best loser system. So the 4 MPs repêchés sous le système du best loser ont été repêchés pour servir l'opposition.
Je n'ai jamais... Members, I know this very well. You cannot say that. When you have the best loser system, if you look at the first schedule or second schedule of the Constitution, it doesn't say that you are going to be in the opposition. I think Honourable Béranger has been a best loser in the past. It doesn't say where you're going. You only, let me say, I know the Constitution fairly well. It only says that so-and-so, because il y a un calcul, on va nommer monsieur un tel ou madame un tel, mais on ne dit pas où cette personne doit siéger. J'ai jamais vu ça nulle part.
It follows, Madam Speaker, that if 2 different alliances have faced each other at an election in Rodrigues, that 2 of them must be from the opposition.
I will not... yes.
We have a constitution. We have an electoral commission. We go by the law. He can't be allowed to challenge what has happened. He's out of order.
Of course. Honourable Member, you've already gone beyond your time because I'm giving so many rulings.
I understood from the...
I will give you time.
No, but
I will give you a little bit more time. But you cannot raise such issues in this debate.
It is our understanding with the whip that time has not been limited, curtailed, for this debate for the opposition. It's not.
I have.
And time has not been allocated. I am not aware of the time allocated to me.
But don't, in any case, Okay, I will give you time. You had 10 minutes from the paper that I have. If you had called on me this morning, we would have sorted things out. I will invite you next time to come and see me. And I say that, DPM, please. I am saying to everybody,
Let me move on since I have
no, but let me say to everyone, you're free to come and see me in my office when you don't understand something or you want. You can contact me even by phone. We did talk on the phone today. Okay, I'm giving you some more time, but don't.
How much time do I have exactly? 10 minutes.
You did have 10 minutes, but you're left with 5 minutes now.
Okay, Madam
give you
Speaker,
5 minutes now.
let me move on.
Yes.
We've spoken about. I come back to the
Members.
answers given by the Prime Minister on the last occasion during the Prime Minister's question time regarding the massive scandal that is phone tapping.
Yes.
Right. Now, there is provision in the government program to bring legislation to, of course, to ensure that covert surveillance is carried out strictly and necessarily for the purpose of prevention and crime. However, from the reply given by the Prime Minister, questions arises now as follows with regards to the uncovering of data that is being done. The first question is whether this legislation, which I suspect will come after the exercise of inquiry has reached sufficient stage of uncovering data, I would ask the Prime Minister, I would ask the Prime Minister to come up with a proper safeguard. Either I have asked for the appointment of a commission of inquiry that is to shed light on the whole affair, and he has, I think, understood the point. But the other point, with regard to data that has now been uncovered, which is being retrieved, I am asking the Prime Minister, pending this new legislation, to put it under some sort of judicial oversight, judicial control, so we know, we are sure that data, which, don't forget, is unlawfully obtained anyway, is not subject to, and I'm not saying by the Prime Minister, I'm not saying that. I'm saying by any person who might be the same persons who've done it before. How do we know? So make sure, if you're not prepared, and I think you should go with the Commission of Inquiry, make sure that you put proper standards, safeguards, independent safeguards in place before uncovering the data, which you were confident in your answer, Prime Minister, Honourable Prime Minister, that you would uncover. So that is my plea to you. Secondly, Madam Speaker, I hope that this new legislation will come with this, will be set up and headed by either a former judge of the Supreme Court or a former judge of the Commonwealth as an oversight, so that we ensure.
You don't mean as an oversight. That would mean something else.
Well, as a form of control.
I know what you mean, but it's not the word.
The Commission would have oversight of the
Okay.
actions. It is what I mean, as an oversight of whatever is being done to ensure that it is for covered surveillance in line with the detection of crime and national security. We understand. Perhaps it can't be made through a Parliament committee because of sensitive information, but there has to be some control and oversight. Now, with regards to the appointment of senior officials appointment committee, I've read in their program that it is to be done à la Seychelles. This was not said in the government program, but it is said in the manifesto, à la Seychelloise. It says, recrutement ou nomination des responsables des institutions publiques importantes par constitutional and other appointment authority à la Seychelloise. And, Madam Speaker, do you know how it's done in Seychelles? The CEA, Constitutional Appointment Authority. First of all, the composition is key. Appointment. That was my point to the Honourable Attorney General earlier as well. The appointment is key. And how is the appointment made? There's a president of an executive with executive powers. he appoints out of 5 members of the commission, he appoints 2. The leader of opposition appoints 2. And the 4 members agree on the appointment of the chairperson, the 5th member. Any subsequent filling of seats is done in the same manner. Now, the appointments to be made, Chief Justice, there the great Auditor General, similar to the Director of Audit, and Attorney General, etc., other important constitutional appointments are done in a transparent manner. There is a call for candidacy. Then it does, of course, it will go through the applications. And then, once it has deliberated, it will make recommendations to the President. And for the President to not act on the deliberations, he would have to have a reason, a valuable one. And if there's more than one recommendation, then notes are given to the President, saying that this choice is better or this choice. So, Madam Speaker, the question is this senior official appointment committee à la Seychelloise? Because this is what is done in Seychelles. This is the crux of it.
Don't repeat yourself.
Is this...
Time is almost up.
Is this commission, committee,
Please,
going to be done? Do we mean à la Seychelloise in that we're going to have parity of members appointed by the executive and by the leader of opposition? Is this what we mean? Or is it merely a board, a commission that recommends? How is it going to recommend? How is it going to invite for candidacy? All of this, I hope, will be explained by members of the Alliance. But, Madam Speaker, the leader of the opposition is not here. He's not speaking.
No, but you can't take his time.
And we have 2 members of the opposition. And I've had to deal with this for half of the speech. So I would ask you some additional time. Otherwise, you should have stopped them, Madam Speaker.
I gave you 5 more minutes. I'm giving you 1 minute to round up.
Well, Madam Speaker, there's a lot to say.
There was no need for you to explain the Seychelles method.
There is, Madam Speaker. Because that is important, because it is said black on white. It is a promise. I am merely seeking explanation as to why à la Seychelloise has not been referred to. I can go on. The case of, for example, provisional charges.
You're not rounding up.
I will round up.
Because you know how many issues one can raise regarding that program.
I will round up with provisional charges. Is not part of the program.
Okay.
And I hope, because we've seen the abuse of provisional charges.
So you're making a proposal.
I think there is consensus. I think there's consensus on the abuse of the system and the practice of provisional charges.
That's what I've gathered.
I call upon the Attorney General. And I must say, Madam Speaker, I can't just criticize. I must say that the Attorney General is doing a remarkable job in the program with regards to the legislation that he's bringing. I will say the same for the Minister of Education. I think he's done a remarkable job as well. But for the rest, Madam, for the rest, Madam Speaker, I will simply say the proof will be of the pudding will be in the eating. If I can conclude, Madam Speaker, I will conclude on only one thing. According to the Moody's latest report, and if we believe Mr. Sushil Kushiram, who's a respected
don't bring foreigners in the debate,
economist, if we believe their
I've read it,
analysis,
but don't bring him there.
Fiscal consolidation, which is being expected from this government, means increasing revenue, that is taxes, and decreasing spending. I will finish by saying half of this program provides for increased spending on social benefits, which, according to Mr. Kushiram, is the obvious.
Mr. Kushiram is not here. No, somebody else did that also on the other side. We cannot bring strangers.
I will table if you want
No.
his thing.
You're making a speech. You're making a speech.
But I am making a speech.
Don't table anything. It's not time for tabling. You're supposed to round
Right.
up.
I am rounding up by saying Moody's expects government, whether they form that expectation on their own or through consultation, expects government to increase revenue, that is taxes, and decrease spending. And it will thus be very difficult for any government, not just this one, to execute the program on which they have been elected. So, Madam Speaker, that is the conclusion. The conclusion is that
Wait for the pudding to be ready. Wait for the pudding to be ready.
the conclusion is, Madam Speaker,
I've read Kushima.
yes, I'm coming to the conclusion. The conclusion, but Madam Speaker, if I'm being interrupted like
But
this,
you've said 3 times that you're concluding.
but I have to repeat myself. I cannot even hear myself finish with the remarks. You are not putting order. I'm sorry to say, Madam Speaker.
It's difficult because the time, you know why? Because it's the difficult time of the night. Everybody clearly, you know what happens when people are hungry, you know?
Yeah. Let me simply say, you know, if I get, Madam Speaker, if I get interrupted 10 times, I have to repeat myself 10 times. Because like, every time I start a sentence,
No.
someone behind me is making comments, in front of me they're making comments.
But they
If
would
they
not-
will allow me to conclude, Madam Speaker, I
I've
will.
allowed you 3 times already.
No, not you, Madam Speaker. Those around. Those who do not want to listen to that one opposition MP making his speech. So, Madam Speaker, my conclusion
Please
is,
keep quiet so that we will be able to listen to that conclusion.
I've
It
trimmed,
better be very good.
I've trimmed down my speech by 95%. I will come to the most important, the conclusion.
Should.
In light of Moody's expectations that they have formed, and in fact, in light of what experts are saying, that this should not wait the budget, this should come now.
Okay.
And in light of the fact that Statistics Mauritius, that the financial secretary, who, according to the State of the Economy report, have played a role in falsifying figures, and these experts are saying have to be taken to task, then what I will ask the Honourable Minister of Finance, the Prime Minister, is that I have been with Madam Speaker. But I can't, I'm sorry.
Je vais lever la séance si ça continue.
How
Laissez-le
am I?
terminer.
But then, should I just talk in this noise and then that's it?
No, but
Is it just the point of talking?
you're taking time to finish your sentence.
Because I'm getting interrupted, Madam Speaker. I am trying to make a speech, I'm getting interrupted at every word I say. Look, if it's like that, I'll sit down.
Yes.
The Prime Minister will answer.
Okay, members, I know it's difficult.
It's
I know it's
listen to
difficult.
an opposition.
It's difficult. Honourable member. Hon- Ah là, ça va pas là, hein? Honourable members, okay. Now, stop it. Stop it, members. Stop it. We cannot, we are not going, I am not going to tolerate this anymore. Let us all raise, I'm raising now, we're going to break. We're going to break for dinner for 1 hour. 1 hour? Yes, we need 1 hour to get back to our senses. And, okay. Oh, la, 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 la.
Honourable Écoute la liste. Honourable Mrs. Chiton, Minister Chiton.
Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as I stand here today, and I have to say it is the biggest privilege of my life to serve the people of my country. For too long, our country has been held back, politically, socially, and economically. It is time for us to move forward, to break the deadlock, and to set ourselves free. We want more, we demand more. More for Mauritius, more for the people of Mauritius. But before I talk about how to achieve that, let me tell you why this is so personal to me. My story reflects the experiences of many Mauritians. Born in Triolet to a bus driver who was barely literate and a mother who never went to school and never had the opportunities in life, I saw personally both the problems our people suffer and the determinations that define them. Education transformed my life as it has for so many others. Our economy has grown rapidly and we are one of the top performing countries in sub-Saharan Africa. And our country is transformed. But today, we are at a crossroad, not taking us forward, but allowing us to slide backward. Look at the state we are in. Look at the state of our economy. Look at the state of our failing infrastructure, failing health service, unreliable water supplies, energy sector at the brink of a collapse, roads with one of the highest death rates in the world, inflation, cost of living crisis, and too many great brains, too many talents leaving our country for foreign countries. And look at the state of our institutions, lacking basic integrity and trust, adharma, immorality, as Lord Krishna would have said to Arjuna in Bhagavad Gita. Debate suppressed, dissent squashed. Contracts not issued fairly, but given through nepotism. Drugs, mass surveillance, everywhere we see there was evil. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the foundation of our country is broken. The foundation of our society is broken. I love my country and I'm very proud of our country. Today, we demand more for Mauritius. The people have voted to end the era of moral decay, the era of economic decay, to eradicate the evils. The people have voted for change. The people, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, now expect delivery. They demand execution and they want to see the results. And this is precisely what this government is going to do. The presidential address, A Bridge to the Future, is not a long list of good intentions and plans. We will deliver it piece by piece. We will prioritize when needed. Not everything can be done in the first few months of our mandate or the first year. We will need to adapt to changing circumstances if needed. But our commitment to the people of this country is that come what may, we are going to build and rebuild the foundations of this country inch by inch. We will fix the economy, we will fix the drug problem, and we will fix the issue of trust in public institutions. No more consumption-driven economic model, which has been a recipe from hell for our household because of the dependency on imports. As the House is aware, government has put in place a steering committee for the monitoring of delivery of its program for the next 5 years. And under the able leadership of the Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister, with their strategic vision, maturity, and wisdom, we will establish clear KPIs for delivery. 2 months ago, we took cognizance of the state of the economy and the fiscal mess that the country was in. It was nothing less than a wake-up call. We found ourselves at the brink of a disaster, and we feared the worst from Moody's. And last week, we learned that Moody's maintained their rating of Baa3, but downgraded us from stable to negative. As an expert has so rightly put it recently, this is Moody's final warning. We have a year to 18 months to sort out this economic mess that we have found ourselves in at the start of the road to recovery, the bridge to future. There will be tough times ahead. While fiscal consolidation is pursued, increasing government revenue, reducing government spending, reducing government deficit, public debt to be brought to a tolerable level. So big challenges lay ahead. We will need to stay strong, stay resilient, and stay together. We will need to stay focused and aligned while we navigate these choppy waters over the coming months. But I am convinced, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, that the people of this country have voted pour un langage de vérité and will stand together to fight this battle. Because we can either continue to close our eyes and pretend we push the can down the road as the previous government did, but we are a country of hard-working people. We will get back to work and the reward will follow. Let me commend the Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister for their vision to re-establish the Ministry of Economic Planning. As a nation, we need to understand and appreciate that they want to leave a legacy for the future generations. A country standing on solid foundation and a vision and a roadmap for the future. And I thank them profoundly for giving me this portfolio. For too long, our country has lacked a clear, cohesive, and coherent vision. Today, the world is changing in an unimaginable way. The financial crisis, post-COVID, post-Ukraine war, nations and enterprises are grappling in unknown territories, uncharted waters. Climate change is impacting people's lives profoundly. Technology is moving so fast that what comes out today is obsolete tomorrow. And populism that feeds on social media, shaking the core of our democracies all around the world. It is in this background and context that Economic Planning Ministry has been restored and will set out the vision for the next 10, 20, 25 years. We will not only produce a vision, but also a roadmap for the execution of that vision, with clear targets and achievable goals, setting out resources needed to execute that plan, and most importantly, evaluation and monitoring so we can keep track of the progress. Adapt and change when needed. Our traditional sectors have served us well, but in the new world order, we no longer can have comparative advantage in many of those sectors. We cannot compete with low-cost countries. And as Raghuram Rajan has so well said, we will need to break the mold. Assess our strengths and weaknesses, lay the foundation for new sectors to emerge, move up the value chain in existing sectors such as financial services, reshape our future economic foundation and development model that is fit for the new world order. So the long-term vision with a clear roadmap for 2050 is what we will produce. This is the new Mauritius for the next generation. So our youngsters are inspired not to leave the country and can see a future for themselves here. We will elaborate a national planning framework to provide the structure and coordination mechanism needed to develop and implement the national plan by ensuring that all sectors all stakeholders and resources aligned to achieve long-term sustainable development. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, engagement is key. No development will be successful without the full participation of the people. And economic and social development for the people should be with the people. The participation of citizens, academia, businesses, and civil society organizations in shaping Mauritius' future enhances ownership, promotes accountability, and cultivates a sense of national unity. My ministry would therefore ensure broad-based national consultation with all stakeholders in the process of formulation of economic strategies and reform. The national planning framework will align national efforts toward a common vision, optimizing limited resources, adapting to global challenges, and ensuring accountability and transparency. The national planning framework would be more than just a tool. It will be a structure to unite, to prioritize, and coordinate efforts to develop and achieve a sustainable national vision by ensuring efficient resource use, by fostering stakeholder collaboration, and by addressing global challenges. The framework lays the foundation for a resilient, inclusive, and prosperous future. We will ensure, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, that planning is followed by effective implementation underpinned by accountability, efficiency, and the required means to realize this project. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, due to lack of cohesive economic planning in the past, we have missed out on significant investment and job creation opportunities. We will therefore strengthen decision-making process by feeding economic and social analysis into policy formulation and the reform process. We will undertake a comprehensive review of our sectors of economic, develop a plan that will allow the consolidation and diversification of existing sectors while encouraging emergence of new ones. To harness the full potential of technology and innovation, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, my ministry has sought the assistance of the UN Economic Commission for Africa to design a national fintech strategy. We shall also plan for more efficient resource allocation as government prioritizes spending and investment in areas that align with our vision and development goals. The ultimate objective of the Vision 2050 is to upgrade Mauritius to a high-income status, but with a framework for social justice so every citizen can go up that escalator and not be left behind. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the other aspect that I will speak about now is financial services sector, which currently contributes to 13.8% of our GDP. It has become the main contributor to GDP, overtaking traditional engines of growth. Global business has shown robust performance, contributing 8% of GDP, and carries an enormous potential for sustained growth. Since I joined in November 2024, I have been engaging with many key stakeholders. The aim is to produce a framework for enhancing value creation and upscaling while dealing with inefficiencies, challenges, and constraints. We are undertaking a thorough review of the Mauritius International Financial Center with regard to brand position, reputation, and recognition. The new strategic plan will consolidate the reputation and image of Mauritius while improving its product offering, the quality and speed of service delivery. We want to enhance organizational and operational efficiencies, get rid of bureaucratic red tapes seriously compromising efficiency and timeliness. Since I took the helm of this ministry, I have been receiving many complaints targeting operational inefficiencies, I am concerned that we have shied away businesses and investors. This is simply not acceptable. So we shall be relentless in our fight against crippling bureaucracy and inefficiencies. We shall strive for a major culture change within government institutions, for improved approach to supervision and enforcement of policies aligned with international standards. This is critical as we cannot afford to be again on the grey list ever. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, ever since I took office, I have prioritized this engagement to make sure that we are aligned on future orientation. Among the agencies at hand, we will focus on rebuilding the Mauritius brand, reinforcing our standing as a highly compliant financial hub in the face of ever-changing market and investor needs and increasing sophistication level. And this said, we will strengthen our historic ties with India while continuing to boost our competitiveness by tapping other markets. Africa is no longer a choice, but an imperative. AML-CFT is a very important department of our ministry. When I arrived, the national risk assessment was long overdue. Putting a closure to this assessment is a top priority for us. The mutual evaluation exercise of Mauritius, whereby we need to demonstrate technical compliance and effectiveness, is scheduled for 2027. So while Mauritius is compliant or largely compliant with all the 40 FATF recommendations, some initiatives are in progress to ensure that Mauritius remains fully compliant with risk assessment requirements. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, let me now come to a matter that is very close to me and deeply impacting all our economic sectors, all enterprises, and the financial services very much so, the issue of talent recruitment and talent retention. The competition for talent, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, is global. The competition among IFCs is prevalent, which explains why many of our professionals are leaving for other IFCs. We are exporting the one thing that we should not be proud of, and year after year, we are exporting our best brains. I am all for people acquiring international experience. I have myself been working abroad, but we are now in an era of national emergency regarding skilled workforce. We will work on policies and measures to attract our diaspora back to their homeland. Without the right people, growth will remain an elusive aim. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, we have taken office amid a dire set of circumstances and an economy on the brink. There are three things that I believe can make a difference for the future. Firstly, we want us to rediscover our sense of ambition as a nation. The reason our country became much more than it was in the past is because we wanted to be much more than we were in the past. Where has that spirit gone? We need to restore that big vision, that sense of mission, that ambition. To create a vision for a country with an education system that is fit for purpose, a health service that meets people's needs, and a government that stands for honesty, decency, and integrity. These are values that we hold dear. Second, we want to restore the link between hard work and reward. I have huge respect for small businesses, entrepreneurs, farmers, fishermen, self-employed professionals that gives this country what we need. But our country must give them back for what they need. We can't have their hard-earned wealth squandered through corruption and nepotism. Third, we want ours to be a country where there's opportunity for all. I made it to the top in private sector through hard work. I want every young Mauritian to know that if they work hard, they will have an opportunity to reach the top, in the public sector and in the private sector. There should be no barriers to anyone's success. No one should be held back because of their gender, their race, their religion, or anything else. So ours, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, is a grand vision. It's a grand mission, and it's a grand ambition. Now we want to work with the people to change our story. Let us write the next chapter of Mauritius, a chapter of innovation, opportunity, and shared prosperity. A chapter where every Mauritian can shape their own destiny. The time has come for a new Mauritius, one that honors our heritage while boldly stepping into the future. Ours, one where our children's dreams are limited only by their imagination, not their circumstances. A new Mauritius with new opportunities and a new mission for a new future. I thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you. Honourable Amia.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It is with a deep sense of honor that I'm participating today in the debate on the presidential address of the government program 2025 and 29. Let me seize this occasion to heartfully thank the Prime Minister, Dr. Navin Ramoolam, and the Deputy Prime Minister, Honourable Paul Béranger, for believing in my capabilities and entrusting me with the ministerial portfolio of industry, SME, and cooperatives. I was elected as a Member of Parliament for the first time in 2010. And I wish to thank all my constituents for having placed their trust in me for 4 consecutive mandates. For many years, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I had the privilege of serving my country in the opposition. It was a role I embraced with dedication, humility, and integrity. As a member of the MMM party under the leadership of Honourable Paul Béranger. Today, as I stand here in a role, in a new capacity as minister in this government, I carry forward those same principles that has always guided me, but now with the added responsibility of contributing to the governance and progress of our nation. At the outset, I wish to assure the Mauritian population that they can now breathe freely as the days of fear, oppression, demagogy, and surveillance are gone, are over. These were the mantras of the previous government, which they cherished to suppress our democratic rights with the illusion of remaining eternally in power. People have said enough is enough, and they voted massively on 10 November 2024 for a change in political leadership that would usher into a new era of freedom, social empowerment, and economic prosperity. I must say that as Minister of Industry, SME and Cooperative, I have inherited from a precarious situation, which has put at stake the capacity of these sectors to generate sufficient wealth for long-term prosperity. In the field of manufacturing, this deplorable state of affairs has caused much prejudice to industry operators who are battling hard to navigate through the turbulences. This has led to a fissure in the foundations of the manufacturing base that need to be restored, consolidated, and fortified in our objective to revamp and accelerate industrial development for the country. Until 2014, industrial development was on progressive trajectory, and I will give the figures, set forth to contribute significantly towards wealth creation as part of a vision to make Mauritius a high-income economy. All economic fundamentals pertaining to manufacturing were on the optimistic side, and our enterprises were evolving on the fast lane, affirming their capabilities to play in the Premier League of industrialized nations. This bright scenario was the outcome of the right mix of policies, strategies, and support programs put in place by the then government to accompany manufacturing enterprises in their development process. The coming into power of the MSM government in 2015 was a disaster for industrial development. And this is fully evidenced by the statistical data which outlines the regressing performance of manufacturing activities over the past decade. Indeed, during all this time, Mauritius has experienced a substantial erosion of its manufacturing base, which with contraction in the size of industry, significant drop in employment, dwindling domestic exports, and low level of FDI. For example, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the number of EOEs, export-oriented enterprises, which stood at 300 in 2014, went down in 2023 to 231. The same tendency was witnessed on DOEs, domestic-oriented enterprises, which decreased from 384 to 280 in 2023. Similarly, employment in manufacturing, which was more than 100,000 in 2014, declined to less than 85,000 in 2023. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, furthermore, domestic exports, which stood to 50 billion rupees in 2014, plateaued to only 50 billion rupees, but when you take into account the depreciation of the rupee vis-à-vis the dollar, now it represents 35 billion rupees, which is a decrease of 30% of exports for Mauritius. So we've lost 30% of export from 2014 to now. This is MSM legacy, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Broadening and expansion of the manufacturing base has also stalled over the last 10 years due to lack of consideration on behalf of relevant authority to attract foreign investment in new areas of growth, which are likely to bring in higher value addition, increased exports, and access to high-paid jobs. This dismaying situation has resulted into a mere annual average of 5% of total gross direct investment inflows over the past decade being channeled towards the manufacturing sector. I have demonstrated that the previous government completely failed in the mission to advance the industrial development agenda of the country. It is a fact that the manufacturing sector is the backbone of the economy in terms of employment generation and foreign exchange earnings. As a matter of fact, immediate and utmost consideration should be given to revive the sector for future growth, and that is what this government has embarked on. We are going to win with this battle with the able leadership of the Prime Minister. The government program 2025-2029 has outlined critical areas of intervention that would be the driving forces to move up the ladder of industrial progress. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as soon as I assume office, I've met with business associations, be it Business Mauritius, MCCI, MEXA, SME Chamber, SME Federations, and as well as other industry operators to discuss ways and means to address bottlenecks impending on smooth operation of enterprises, and to chart out a common vision that would be propitious for the sector to unlock its full potential for sustainable growth. In the same vein, my ministry is organizing les Assises de l'Industrie 2025 on the 13th of February 2025, that is next week, where all stakeholders, we will not choose who is with the MMM or the Labour Party. We will invite all stakeholders stakeholders forming part of the industrial ecosystem would have the opportunity to brainstorm and submit constructive proposals for the future sustained development of the manufacturing sector. This will also be an occasion to renew constructive dialogue with the private sector, which has been somehow marginalized under the previous political regime, which came forward with controversial economic decisions without proper consultation. Mr. Speaker, it is a fact that Mauritius has lost grounds in some of its traditional export markets, particularly in Europe, in view of fierce competition from low-cost producing countries. There is an urgent need to rebalance our exports destination in an attempt to cushion against market setbacks that could occur in the future. As at now, we have signed free trade agreements with China, India, UAE, and continental Africa, which offers the possibility to tap a huge market of billions of people. Unfortunately, the previous government laid little emphasis on export promotions that is so vital to portray our visibility of these markets. Indeed, the government program has highlighted the necessity to carry out more targeted marketing and promotion campaigns in an endeavor to make a meaningful breakthrough in these emerging and new markets, while at the same time consolidating our foothold in traditional exports. It is reckoned that the EDB, as our investment and export promotion institution, has not devoted sufficient resources to promote the manufacturing sector as an engine of growth. This is evidenced by the very few targeted investment and export promotion activities carried out over the past years for the manufacturing sector. I note with satisfaction that the government program provides for a fundamental review of the role and functions of the EDB to focus on boosting productive investment and export promotion across all sectors of the economy. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is a fact that EDB for the last 10 years, the focus was on real estate, the focus was on financial services, and résultat des courses, export has declined. Export has declined, manufacturing has declined, and as I said, I already gave the figures. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to successfully carry out our mission to give renewed dynamism to the manufacturing sector, I will be having discussion with the Ministry of Finance in regard to the role of export and investment promotion for the manufacturing sector through the establishment of a separate agency purposely oriented towards this objective. In my view, my vision for this ministry is that we need to come back to the model of former media. We need to come back to Mauritius Export Development Investment Authority, like used to be in the 1980s and 90s, which was fully under the aegis of the Ministry of Industry and was the driving force for the successful industrial process of the country that took place in the 80s, 90s, and on which we are leveraging today to move forward. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, let me move on to the SME sector, because time is going on quickly. I will now comment on the SME sector, which also falls under my ministerial portfolio. It is reckoned that the SME constitute also the backbone of our economy, contributing around 47% of total employment, 34% to gross domestic value, and 6% to export. SME operate in almost all sectors of the economy, ranging from manufacturing, tourism, construction, retail trade, agriculture, fisheries, transport, among others. Since I assumed office, I have been able to make a proper assessment of the SME sector, and it is very unfortunate to note that the sector has been left on its own without any strategic direction and proper consideration in respect of the assistance required from government to enable our entrepreneurs to overcome challenges successfully. In the first instance, the SME Act of 2017 will be amended to introduce new provisions that enhance access to finance, simplify administrative procedures, and create a more enabling environment for entrepreneurship. These amendments will focus on improving governance, facilitating digital transformation, and strengthening support mechanisms for SMEs and startups. At the same time, a host of initiatives will be introduced in an endeavor to boost the overall competitiveness of SMEs. This will include, inter alia, access to affordable credit, tax incentives for startups, and a tailored support mechanism to assist enterprises into exports market. Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me come to cooperative sector. The cooperative sector was also left behind during the reign of the MSM government, whereby many cooperative societies ceased operations. Indeed, I had the opportunity to meet some representatives of cooperative societies, and many of them have voiced out their concerns regarding unhealthy situation prevailing in the sector that has brought about a stagnation in this development. I firmly believe it is time to review the foundations upon which the cooperative movement is evolving today, particularly in regard to financial management, good governance, transparency, and digital integration, taking into consideration the success stories of India, France, and Malaysia. I wish to mention that presently we have 1,410 active cooperative societies, regrouping around 87,500 members. The sector generates an annual turnover of 4.8 billion rupees, and it represents in more than 25 socio-economic activities. And I should emphasize that government remains committed to giving a new impetus to the cooperative movement, as evidenced by the host of measures enunciated in the government program. One of the key measures pertains to the review of existing Cooperative Act of 2016 to align it with international best practices established by the Financial Action Task Force. This exercise will serve to protect cooperative credit unions against money laundering, terrorist financing practices. Additionally, government will introduce an innovative package of incentives to strengthen the capabilities and competitiveness of cooperative societies. To conclude, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the government program also advocates the adoption of a fair trade certification as a means to encourage cooperatives to adhere to the concept of fair prices and decent working conditions. As at now, there are some 20 cooperatives in the sugarcane plantation activity that are already fair trade certified, and other societies will be encouraged to embark on this way. On the whole, government has a new vision. Government has a new vision for the industry, SME, and cooperative sectors. We will go the extra mile to bring the feel-good factor to comfort and motivate the business community so that they participate fully in the economic progress of the country. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, may we all work together to build a brighter, more inclusive and prosperous future for all. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Ms. Colette.
Merci, Monsieur le Vice-président. D'abord, je tiens à vous féliciter pour votre investiture, ainsi que celle du Premier ministre, ministre de Rodrigue, de son vice-premier ministre et de l'Attorney General, et bien sûr, je n'oublie pas tous les autres membres de cette auguste Assemblée, incluant les députés correctionnels. Alors, depuis le 11 novembre 2024, un nouveau chapitre de l'histoire de la République s'écrit. Et le peuple attend avec impatience l'exécution d'un programme gouvernemental pour les 5 ans à venir. Et il nous faut ne laisser personne derrière. Alors, Monsieur le Vice-président, nous travaillons aujourd'hui pour que chaque action gouvernementale favorise l'épanouissement et le bonheur, quoique subjectif, de notre peuple. Et moi, comme député de Rodrigue, ma mission première est de défendre les intérêts du peuple de Rodrigue, une île qui, nous savons tous, contribue beaucoup dans le blue economy de la République. Je salue bien sûr le travail déjà commencé par mes prédécesseurs parlementaires et mon leader, l'honorable François. Et le programme gouvernemental à l'ordre du jour a plusieurs axes qui rejoignent la vision de l'Organisation du peuple de Rodrigue, l'EPR, et les axes de nos plusieurs manifestes électoraux. Et je dirais même que c'est vice-versa. De ce fait, Monsieur le Vice-président, au nom de l'OPR, j'ambitionne à sécuriser l'engagement du gouvernement central pour les projets nécessaires à l'avancement de Rodrigue comme 21e circonscription. Je voudrais mettre l'accent sur la diplomatie parlementaire, la transparence et la responsabilité dans mon appui à ce programme 2025-2029. Au nom de mon peuple, je souhaite un vrai développement durable du secteur de l'eau, sa production, son traitement et une distribution équitable, car l'eau c'est la vie et mon peuple a soif. Mon peuple doit vivre et non survivre seulement. Au nom du peuple de Rodrigue, Monsieur le Vice-président, je dis stop au fil d'attente pour accéder aux services publics. Laqué comptoir NLTA, laqué comptoir MOE, laqué pour gagner billet avion pour les vols domestiques, laqué pour des box containers des aliments pour les animaux, laqué pour gagner bail, agricole, commercial, résidentiel, laqué pour bénéficier d'un bon case, laqué pour gagner travail alternatif dans le secteur de la pêche à l'ourite. Excusez-moi, Monsieur le Vice-président, pour mes unparliamentary words. Mais la vérité est bonne à dire. Rétablissons la confiance et la dignité du peuple de Rodrigue. Alors, mon rêve, Monsieur le Vice-président, est de voir chaque citoyen activer sa capacité, où chacun s'assume et se respecte, chacun cultive l'excellence, chacun a sa place. J'écoute mon peuple qui a des aspirations, des attentes et une participation active aux prises de décision le concernant, particulièrement celles qui impactent son avenir. J'en appelle à l'unité et à la solidarité au sein de cette Assemblée. Pour honorer notre hymne national, travaillons ensemble as one people, as one nation, in peace, justice and liberty, pour notre peuple. Je salue le programme gouvernemental 2025-2029 qui, me semble-t-il, est axé surtout sur la protection du peuple et la restauration de la situation économique. Et bien sûr, ça inclut toute une révision de notre fiscalité. Nous devons, Monsieur le Vice-président, travailler ensemble pour combattre la pauvreté, le chômage, la discrimination qui est tout le temps négative, les fléaux sociaux, la criminalité, la corruption. Nous devons aussi promouvoir l'investissement pour la prospérité de nos îles et développer des prestations sociales adaptées aux réalités de nos îles respectives. Monsieur le Vice-président, Rodrigue a des ambitions économiques, notamment avec l'agrandissement de l'aéroport et un deuxième câble optique pour développer le secteur de la communication, du commerce électronique et l'innovation dans le système de l'éducation et des services publics tels le e-health. L'heure est à la technologie et l'innovation pour l'île Rodrigue. Et il est crucial d'avoir aussi un plan sérieux d'aménagement du territoire, tout en respectant les droits et les libertés de chaque individu et de notre environnement. Nos îles ne sont pas du tout épargnées des crises mondiales. Changement climatique, crise sanitaire, crise alimentaire. Avec ce programme gouvernemental, il est temps de préparer notre peuple à faire face à ces crises. En tant que représentante de Rodrigue, et surtout de la jeunesse rodriguaise, je réitère mon engagement à défendre les intérêts de la jeunesse de Rodrigue, protéger Rodrigue pour la génération à venir à travers les interventions sur les lois et les mesures qui impacteront directement l'île Rodrigue. Et je souhaite que ce gouvernement protège la culture de nos îles afin que l'histoire retienne que cette 8e Assemblée nationale laisse un héritage digne de ce nom pour les générations futures. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Vice-président.
Honorable Curé. Merci, Monsieur le Vice-président. Permettez-moi tout d'abord de remercier les électrices et les électeurs de ma circonscription de Beau-Bassin-Petite-Rivière de m'avoir fait confiance pour un 4e mandat consécutif. Je continuerai à les servir avec la même sincérité et la même assiduité comme ce fut le cas durant ces 15 dernières années. Monsieur le vice-président, vu le temps limité qui m'est alloué, j'ai choisi d'axer mon intervention essentiellement sur le problème de drogue à Maurice, ses conséquences et les solutions qu'on pourrait retenir dans un premier temps. On dit souvent que la santé d'un pays se mesure à la santé de sa population. Notre société vit aujourd'hui un calvaire avec les différentes drogues qui sont en train de ravager notre jeunesse et détruire des milliers de cellules familiales. Ce n'est point un hasard si le mot drogue figure 12 fois dans le discours-programme du gouvernement de l'Alliance du Changement. Monsieur le vice-président, une scène de désolation s'étend sur tous les coins et recoins du pays. Les nouvelles substances psychoactives ou drogues synthétiques, plus faciles à se procurer et moins chères que les autres types de drogues, transforment les nombreux consommateurs en zombies. Selon une enquête menée en 2024 par Afrobaromètre, les Mauriciens considèrent la prolifération des drogues et ses dégâts comme le 2e problème le plus urgent après le coût de la vie. Au rythme où les choses ont évolué depuis, en si peu de temps, je ne serais pas étonné que ce problème soit devenu la préoccupation majeure des Mauriciens. De son côté, Monsieur le Vice-président, l'Observatoire national des drogues a noté en 2021 que le nombre d'hospitalisations liées aux drogues dans les établissements publics s'élevait à 900 et concernait principalement les jeunes âgés entre 20 et 34 ans. 4 ans après, ce nombre a probablement doublé. Les drogues mises en cause dans la majorité des cas sont l'héroïne et les nouvelles substances psychoactives, chimiques dans le langage populaire. Le plus inquiétant, Monsieur le Vice-président, ces cas sont répandus dans tout le pays et ont une incidence similaire dans les villes comme dans les villages, et cela à travers toutes les couches sociales. Monsieur le Vice-président, le trafic de drogue est l'occasion pour certains de se faire de l'argent facile. Et je ne parle pas de centaines de milliers de roupies, mais de plusieurs centaines de millions. Rendez-vous compte, Là-dessous a saisi pour la période s'étendant de juillet 2023 à juin 2024 une quantité de drogue d'une valeur d'1 587 904 roupies. Pourtant, les travailleurs sociaux et ceux qui sont sur le terrain sont unanimes. La quantité de drogue en circulation dépasse largement le nombre de drogues saisies et peut fournir l'île pendant des années. Ce business criminel fonctionne telle une économie parallèle. Monsieur le vice-président, cela a encouragé l'émergence de gangs organisés, au sein desquels opèrent des gros bras, des récidivistes notoires et même des mineurs qui sont malheureusement utilisés pour écouler la marchandise ou à donner l'alerte lorsqu'arrivent les policiers. Des quartiers sont pris d'assaut et les drogues sont vendues comme des petits pains. Il semble que tout le monde sait où s'en procurer, sauf la police. Je fais cependant confiance au nouveau commissaire de police pour redynamiser ses troupes afin que la population puisse à nouveau avoir confiance en la force policière. Il est primordial, Monsieur le Vice-président, que plus de policiers soient déployés dans les unités antidrogue dans les différents postes de police et que des descentes et des patrouilles régulières soient effectuées pour contrer le trafic et agir aussi comme une arme de dissuasion. La prolifération de la drogue est liée avec la situation de law and order dans le pays. La consommation de drogue engendre la violence. Les agressions se font fréquentes dans les maisons et dans les rues. Les cas de vol sont en hausse. Je peux comprendre que face à cette montée de violence, les forces de l'ordre sont souvent dépassées. Il est grand temps, Monsieur le Vice-président, d'employer la manière forte s'il le faut, voire d'avoir recours à des patrouilles armées dans certains quartiers pour justement éviter à certaines parties de notre île soient transformées en favelas ou quartiers chauds de Colombie. Quitte même à faire appel à nos soldats de la SMF en renfort s'il avère qu'il y a un manque d'effectifs au niveau de la force régulière ou dans les unités antidrogue. Monsieur le Vice-président, pas plus tard que mardi dernier, j'avais adressé une question au Premier ministre sur le nombre d'accidents survenus lorsque les conducteurs étaient sous l'influence de la drogue. Les statistiques pour 2023-2024 indiquent que 1073 automobilistes ont été verbalisés pour conduite sous influence. Les réseaux sociaux sont pollués ces derniers temps de vidéos montrant des automobilistes sous l'influence de drogue, figés et incapables de réagir. Ils représentent un grand danger sur nos routes. D'où ma suggestion au Premier ministre mardi dernier pour que les chauffeurs de transport public soient régulièrement testés pour voir s'ils ont consommé une quelconque substance illicite. Monsieur le Vice-président, la consommation de drogue entraîne de nombreux problèmes de santé, tels que les maladies infectieuses, dont le VIH et les hépatites, les troubles mentaux, les overdoses et bien sûr, et malheureusement, les décès. Le trafic de drogue alimente la criminalité, notamment les vols, la violence et la corruption. La toxicomanie fragilise les familles, entraîne l'exclusion sociale et nuit au développement économique du pays. Monsieur le Vice-président, la présence de drogue dans les établissements scolaires est également un sujet qui interpelle. Nous voyons l'émergence de jeunes dealers, alors que d'autres trouvent des astuces pour introduire ces produits illicites en classe. Dans ce sens, l'appel des ONG pour que les portes des écoles soient ouvertes pour mener des campagnes de prévention ne doivent pas tomber dans l'oreille d'un sourd. Leur aide serait plus que salutaire. D'autre part, je salue l'annonce faite à la Chambre mardi dernier par le Premier ministre à l'effet qu'une agence nationale contre la drogue verra le jour bientôt. Dans ce contexte, il est nécessaire d'écouter la voix des nombreux travailleurs sociaux qui sont connectés à la réalité du terrain. Nous avons besoin d'avoir des idées nouvelles, des nouvelles propositions venant de personnes qui consacrent toutes leurs énergies à comprendre et à combattre la problématique de la drogue. Monsieur le vice-président, nous ne sommes plus dans la période 90 à 2000. En 2025, les types de drogue, les profils des consommateurs et les techniques de vente ont évolué. Donc, les ressources matérielles, humaines et financières pour les combattre doivent être au niveau requis dans cette nouvelle ère. Justement, Monsieur le vice-président, en parlant d'ère nouvelle, nous sommes à l'époque des générations Z et Alpha. À Maurice, les études démontrent que les plus gros consommateurs de cannabis se trouvent dans la tranche d'âge de 15 à 30 ans. Ouvrons les yeux, ne soyons pas hypocrites et disons les choses comme elles sont. La marijuana est populaire parmi les jeunes qui en consomment à domicile, dans la rue, dans les fêtes, dans les concerts, entre autres. Malheureusement, les drogues synthétiques, tout autant populaires dans cette tranche d'âge, mais beaucoup plus nocives pour la santé physique et mentale. Surtout qu'une étude de l'UNODC a récemment classé Maurice à la première place en matière de consommation de drogues synthétiques en Afrique et 7e sur 193 pays de l'UNODC. Pardon. Une réputation qui ne fait pas honneur au pays. Monsieur le vice-président, vu la situation chaotique de la drogue en Maurice et la montée en flèche de la drogue de synthèse, une des solutions proposées par les travailleurs sociaux pour freiner sa prolifération est la dépénalisation du cannabis. Vu le constat d'échec d'une politique de répression, certains pays ont adopté une approche plus souple en tolérant la consommation personnelle en petite quantité, mais en n'épargnant pas les trafiquants. Les peines pour ceux qui dépassent la limite autorisée sont moins lourdes, allant d'une amende à des travaux d'intérêt général. En 2024, Monsieur le vice-président, 44 pays dans le monde ont dépénalisé l'utilisation du cannabis. Monsieur le vice-président, je crois qu'il est temps de laisser les travailleurs sociaux, les ONG et surtout la population mauricienne décider s'il faut dépénaliser le cannabis ou pas. Je lance donc un appel au gouvernement pour un débat national suivi d'un référendum, si besoin est, sur le sujet. Je vais conclure, Monsieur le vice-président, mon intervention en affirmant que le problème de la drogue est l'affaire de tout le monde. L'heure est venue de passer à l'action. Déclarons une guerre sans merci aux trafiquants de drogue et trouvons ensemble des solutions pour soulager la souffrance de ces milliers de familles qui sont victimes du narcotrafic. À nous de nettoyer nos pays, protégeons notre jeunesse et nos enfants. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Mr. Rappel.
Deputy Speaker, sir, before I embark on our international relations strategy, allow me to share with the House and also the public at large, because they are the taxpayers, on how the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was being run under the MSM government. Of course, when the audit report will be coming out in a few weeks' time, certainly you will be apprised on how public money was being wasted. But allow me, for the time being, Mr. the Deputy Speaker, sir, de vous donner un avant-goût. In 2022, when the High Commissioner of Maputo assumed duty, quotations were launched for renting of a fully furnished house. However, the High Commissioner refused to move in any of the apartments that were on offer. The offers were between 3,000 to 5,000 USD monthly, supposedly on security grounds, despite the fact that the accommodations were found in regions previously occupied by the former ambassador. Instead, he preferred to stay in a hotel for 11 months And I wonder how a hotel could be more secure than an ambassador's residence. And thereafter, he agreed to move in an accommodation at a monthly rate of 6 mil USD monthly. You know, in the meantime, Mr. the Deputy Speaker, sir, he pocketed 2.7 million rupees, taxpayers' money, as rent, which he had allegedly paid during his stay at the hotel for 11 months without even giving any breakdown of the expenses that he had allegedly incurred. En 2021, again, the MSM regime, a decision was taken to sell a government-owned property in Washington, as it was in a dilapidated state and was unoccupied. The proceeds were to be used for the acquisition of a new premises to accommodate the new ambassador. Up until now, on est en 2025, the property has not been sold. In the meantime, 10 million rupees taxpayers' money was spent for the maintenance of the apartment. The value of the property in the meantime had decreased by 30%. During that period, we paid 1,723,000 as insurance premiums for an unoccupied property, and we had incurred a total expenditure of 18 million rupees for rental of an alternative accommodation for the ambassador between Septembre 2021 to June 2024. Je n'ai pas encore terminé. Hein? En 2017, they are all MSM chatoises. In 2017, the residence of the first secretary in Paris, again owned by government, they're all government properties, right? Was en 2017, that property was vacated for renovation works. Up until now, 8 years after, no renovation work have been carried out. Instead, an alternate accommodation was rented, and the payment for the rental amount to 8.9 millions de rupees. En 2019, the High Commissioner's residence in London, again a government-owned property, was vacated because of renovation works. Up until now, no renovation work has been carried out. Again, a rented apartment was taken to house the High Commissioner, who renewed the annual lease despite the fact that in September 2023, an alternate government-owned apartment in Wimbledon was available. He preferred to stay in the rented apartment at a monthly rental of 511,000 rupees par mois. The total rent amounted to, for his stay, 24.2 millions of taxpayers' money. In the meantime, the apartment in London and Wimbledon, government-owned property, remained unoccupied. And we paid for those unoccupied apartments council tax to the tune of 1.5 million rupees. Ben fantôme, tu peux rester là, je vais payer taxe sur un fantôme. In 2022, trop beaucoup, la liste est longue. This one is worse. In 2022, government has spent 238 millions. 238 millions in the construction of a new building in Addis Ababa in Ethiopia, to accommodate the Chancery, the home-based staff, and the ambassador. The ambassador refused to move in that new building. 238 millions. He refused to move in that new building. The floor assigned to him remained unoccupied since June 2022. And in the meantime, government had to pay an additional sum of 8.4 million rupees to accommodate the ambassador in a rented accommodation. This is how public money was being wasted under the MSM regime, Mr. the Deputy Speaker, sir. Busgate, Chatwai Gate. Not only that, Mr. the Speaker, sir, the Deputy Speaker, sir. They were also creating jobs for the boys. They were spending public money to please their acolytes, their agents. They created, look, listen to this. They created 5 additional posts for ambassadors in January 2024. And these ambassadors were specifically tasked to head the directorates at my ministry here in Mauritius. 5 minister councillors, 2 of whom were posted abroad, one in Paris and one in Washington, were appointed to fill these 5 posts of ambassadors. As at the end of 2024, 2 of these newly appointed ambassadors were still, they were supposed to be here in Mauritius to head the directorates, but they were still posted in Paris and Washington and have not been called back to head the directorates at my ministry. So we had, you can only have this in a banana republic. You had in our 2 missions abroad, in Paris and the other in Washington, they were headed by 2 ambassadors each. And so only under an MSM government you can have that. 2 ambassadors without any demarcation in one mission with a career diplomat working under a political appointee. And this is against protocol. Mr. the Deputy Speaker, sir, the list of abuses of public funds is very long. And I can go on and on. Unauthorized, unfortunately, time is of the essence.
You've got 15 minutes.
Unauthorized use of official diplomatic vehicles, abuses on leave entitlement. Logbooks do not tally with the odometer of the official cars. This was how, unfortunately, Mr. the Deputy Speaker, sir, the ministry was being run. And you know why? Because we had a part-time minister. Part of the time he was in the office and part of the time he was in stag parties at Grand Bassin. This is why the ministry was being run in such manner. Mr. the Deputy Speaker, sir, as far as this government's international relations strategy is concerned, our vision is to make of Mauritius an indispensable investment destination, leveraging its strategic location at the crossroads of Africa, Asia, and Europe. More importantly, we need to rethink our Africa strategy. Over the next decade, I was reading an article in The Economist last week. Over the next decade, Africa's share of the world's population is expected to reach 21%. As the rest of the world ages, Africa will become a crucial source of labor, with more than half of the young people entering the global workforce in 2023 will be African. It is one of the fastest growing consumer markets in the world, 1.7 billion consumer market, with consumer expenditures of about 2.1 milliard USD in the next decade. This is a great opportunity for us to capitalize on our free trade agreement and to break barriers by enhancing regional integration through SADC-COMESA and the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. And in fact, Mr. the Deputy Speaker, sir, we must applaud our Prime Minister and our Deputy Prime Minister, two men of vision. And it is with pride, as an African nation, we can say that our Prime Minister's first official overseas visit after getting re-elected will be at the summit of the African Union this month in Addis Ababa. Unfortunately, Mr. the Deputy Speaker, sir, the previous government has failed in its African strategy. In fact, what we witnessed under the previous government was not an African strategy. It was an African tragedy. This is what we had witnessed under the previous government. You will remember, en 2014, the Labour government had set up the Mauritius Africa Fund Limited with the aim of promoting Mauritian investment into Africa. We committed 500 millions for investment in Africa. However, a few months after, there was a change in government. And they placed people lacking experience, incompetent people, as they always do, the MSM. So they placed someone who lacks experience, and this is what, and they apparently had opened 6 special purpose vehicles. Madagascar Investment Holdings Limited, Madagascar SPV, Côte d'Ivoire Investment Holdings Limited, Côte d'Ivoire SPV, Senegal SPV Phase 2, Ghana SPV. Very good. They injected approximately 200 million rupees, public funds, through equity finance to finance projects in these countries where they had set up those SPVs. The operational expenses for those SPVs amounted to 88, nearly 100 million. In July last year, 2024, all the SPVs were wound up, except for the ones in Madagascar. All of them wound up. And there has been not a single investment through the SPVs, despite having injected millions of public money in those SPVs. This is how the MSM, this was their African strategy. This was, unfortunately, the unfortunate fate of our African strategy under the MSM government. So, Mr. the Deputy Speaker, sir, allow me, before I end, to thank the people of my constituency for having once again given me and my 2 colleagues, Lucky Ram and Apollo, their trust and support. I also wish to thank the Honourable Prime Minister for having given me the ministerial responsibility for foreign affairs, regional integration, international trade, and I hope to deliver to his expectation and to the expectation of the people. Thank you, Mr. Deputy.
Honourable Damri.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, government means business. I won't be as entertaining as my predecessor, and I will instead have a very serious conversation on macroeconomic stability and economic growth. Bidenomics, aided and abetted by the previous Prime Minister, betrayed the nation. Firstly, they dilapidated the entire fiscal space. And secondly, they manipulated economic data with sheer impunity. This betrayal has been nothing short of criminal negligence, if not economic crime. We have taken remedial actions since government has taken office, and the remedial actions are focused on 4 sectors: fiscal consolidation, economic reforms, restructuring of parastatals, and economic growth agenda. On fiscal consolidation, we have to reduce public debt from 83.4% and fiscal deficit from 8.6% to sustainable levels. We also have to bring down food inflation that soared to 33%. And what can I say about state-owned enterprises? The previous government plundered their finances, and they have left contingent liabilities that are adding tremendous pressure on national public debt. Luckily, we have the economic leadership of the Prime Minister. We have a very credible economic team, and Moody's reaffirmed the Baa3 ratings. However, it came with a very, very severe caution of negative outlook. And here I'd like to take the House to June 2017 in South Africa. Same situation. But South Africa did not succeed in its fiscal consolidation and reform agenda, and March 2020, its sovereign ratings were downgraded to junk. Having said that, this government will not let this happen. You know why? Because, guess what? What were the ratings in 2014? Baa1. What was public debt in 2014? Below 60%. This government is also going back to performance-based budgeting instead of line budgeting in an attempt to put KPIs to all sectors. So this means more work for this government, and what happened at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, as described by Honourable Minister Ramphal, under performance-based budgeting, it cannot happen. I like to take inspiration from Singapore. So let's look at the reserves policies of Singapore. As you all know, reserves are managed by central banks all over the world. However, in Singapore's budget, there's a special item, a special line, called the National Investment Return Contribution. What does it mean? So Singapore manages its reserves through 3 means. One is the central bank, the Monetary Authority of Singapore. 2 is something called the General Investment Corporation of Singapore. And 3 is Temasek. Honourable members, Singapore's reserves contributions amount to 3.5% of its GDP and 20% of its annual budget. Maybe we can take some inspiration from there. Let me now come to parastatals. As my colleague, Honourable Amir Mia said, we need to restructure, for instance, the EDB. The mission of the EDB under the previous government was to go on overseas missions. They could not attract foreign investment. If they attracted foreign investment, it was solely focused on real estate. You take the Amari Customs. So you have, the World Bank has a report on performance in terms of logistics, port logistics. And the Amari Customs ranks 90 out of some 130 countries. So I think we need to give KPIs to parastatals. Maybe we should give a KPI to MRA Customs to at least come in the top 50%. Same goes for EDB. Diversify your investor base. Bring FDI in sectors where the productivity of capital is much higher. And I'd like to say one more thing about the EDB. The EDB had the objective, had a very important mission in the economy of Mauritius. It was to ensure that the ease of doing business ranking of Mauritius remained first, which was the ranking we left in 2014. You know where it is today? First in Africa. You know where it is today? Well, the ease of business doing report does not exist. It's the Be Ready report, and we are 4th or 5th. So we have once again to give the mandate to the EDB so that we become number 1 in Africa again. So these are the sort of things that we are engaging in. You do not increase revenue merely through tax, as one honourable member said that earlier. You also increase revenue through economic growth. And we have a growth agenda. And our growth agenda is focused on new sectors. Productivity, innovation, and investment, not consumption. See, consumption is like sugar. A consumption economy is like sugar. The more sugar you consume, diabetes. It's the same for an economy. It's very simple. Productivity delivers growth, and consumption delivers debt. So let's take the digital economy. I'll just talk on one aspect. Firstly, what is the digital economy? If you look at the past 10 years, and you ask anyone in this house or in the private sector, define the digital economy, you will not have it. But if you go to Singapore, you go to UK, you go to any services economy in the world, the digital economy contributes at least 16 to 17% of GDP. So let me clarify for the sake of the House. The digital economy comprises 2 value adds. One value added from the ICT, traditional ICT economy, which is about 6% currently in Mauritius. And the second value add comes from digitization of other services, such as healthcare, education, transport, financial services to fintech. Where are we there? The previous government did nothing to stimulate growth, but this government will do it because we have the competency to do it. We have the exposure to do it. We have the experience to do it. I would touch on one thing, international policies. You know, we talked about the Mauritius Africa strategy, and I think we were all shocked to learn that Mauritius was suspended from SADC. So what kind of Mauritius Africa strategy is that? We look at the DTA with India. Mauritius DTA used to rank number 1 in terms of advantages for investments going into India. Today we are number 4 or 5 despite the historical traditional ties that Mauritius shares with India. Netherlands is number 1. UAE is ahead of us. And, you know, economic policy, I'd like to share a personal story. I was in Silicon Valley a few years ago, and I bumped into a guy. Well, we were in a conference, and we started speaking English, and he told me, tout correct? So I said, yeah, tout correct, so Mauritian, yeah? Silicon Valley, yeah? It was a place called Block 71 in Silicon Valley. And what is Block 71? So you have this Singapore government that has an economic, like we have high commissions. So they have an economic incubator, accelerator in Singapore, and they choose companies, they facilitate startups from Singapore to go to Silicon Valley and try to succeed. And this guy, maybe some of you know him, he sold his company to eBay for a lot of millions. Mauritian goes to Singapore, sells his company in Silicon Valley. Why could he not do it from Mauritius? Why? So you know, economic diplomacy has changed. Diplomacy, international relations are a very, very important part of the economy. Firstly, with due respect, you need to have the exposure of what's going on in the economy today. And this is a huge drawback of the previous government. They had no clue, absolutely no clue, what was going on in the global economy. Take the blue economy. Where are we? Take India, our closest cultural and economic partner today. India has 7,500 square kilometers of maritime territory. Mauritius has 2,000 square kilometers of maritime territory. It's not that far. India's blue economy contributes 4% to the GDP of India. What does the Mauritian blue economy contribute to our GDP? Zero. Another failure. But friends, it's not all doom and gloom. This government has the team, and we have a singularity of mission and purpose to implement this government program. And I'd like to end, because it's about the singularity of mission and purpose, I'd like to end with, you know, when I am from business schools, and when you talk about mission in a business school, they always share a story with you. So I'll share that story with you. Hopefully it can inspire us here. So you had President John Kennedy. He went to the premises of NASA when they were preparing to launch Apollo 11. He was walking down the corridor and he asked the janitor, "So, hello, good morning, how are you? What are you doing here?" The janitor replied, "President, I am helping to land a man on the moon." That's what a janitor said. So I think let's make a tryst with destiny here. Let's all try to be a bridge to the future and implement the government program. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Dr. Obia.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. To debate 114 minutes of the government program in 10 minutes demands a feat. I just hit on a few aspects. I would just like to make a broad comment on what the Honourable Member of the Opposition, Adjournment, unfortunately he's not here, when he relayed the landslide victory during the election on what he believes was because of the Moustache leaks. I do think he was living in Alice in Wonderland because he had not seen the enthusiasm, the massive turnout, the energy, and the people who were coming towards us with their overwhelming support, be it at Plaine Mayon, be it in Flac, be it in Triolet, in Plaine Verte, in Roselle. And he had one idea. The writings were on the wall. People were fed up with that government because of nepotism, breakdown of law and order, scourge of drugs, increasing rising costs, murder oneself agent, among so many things, and the violation of democracy and nepotism. BLD. The state of the economy, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is a disastrous and perilous state of affairs, as depicted by the Honourable Prime Minister only a couple of weeks ago. Despite the usual casserans of figures that they have tried to justify it, we all heard how himself, the member of the opposition, the Deputy Adrien Duval, is trying to work out whether there would be an answer from his former pal, the Minister of Finance, to justify the figures. But unfortunately, he is still waiting. The litmus test for what he said about Moustache leaks, the immediate dismantling of massive surveillance by the Honourable Prime Minister once he took his seat in the government. Had it not been the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance himself taking measures immediately after the election, Mauritius could have found itself downgraded by Moody, which initially in 2014 we were BA1, we will now luckily stayed at BA3, because of our transparency of figures, which are honest, and a reliable picture of the irresponsible legacy of the outgoing government, but more so because we are reinforcing good governance, restoring trust and credibility in our financial institutions. Mr. Deputy Speaker, strengthening our democracy comes in line with a new era in the landscape of democracy, with the setting up of an electoral college for the president-elect. The local governments will be surely set within time frame, and ensuring that all the constitutional reforms that we are aiming to have will represent the will and desire of the population of this country who voted for such a massive change. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the fight against drug and corruption must be relentless, setting up of select committees, as mentioned recently, the National Drug Agency, restoring trust in the police, and effective enforcement of law and order. The public is more than eager to see that the government walks the talk. We do not want to be seen as a nation of zombies, as we are seeing currently these days across the country, with no specific entities in any community. The ongoing policy inquiries on the MIC, on the beneficiaries of the MIC, is a commendable start. And there is so much public expectation in regard to those who created that monster, that serve only the blue-eyed boys of the MSM and its cronies, and they should be called to answer for their deeds. From the Molnupiravir saga, the Silver Bank, the Okodia Park, the death of Subramanian Kisnen, the Serenity Gate, the St. Louis Gate, among so many others, the government has a pledge by the people of this country to say that those qui fautent, those qui défoncent la caisse, those qui tapent plein, should answer. Mobank and Judah was only last night a trailer. The best is to come. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in combating fraud and corruption, we're also assisting at major step today itself, where the Financial Crime Commission bill was debated for second reading. Those dark days 13 months ago, when the initial bill was passed, had two main objectives: persecute its political opponents, particularly the Prime Minister, impeach and limit the powers of the DPP. My friends, a couple of hours ago, those barbaric clauses of the bill were repealed. We were here when we could not do anything because of the supremacy of numbers they had. And Mauritius will breathe once again the independence and transparency of our judicial and legal institutions. Monsieur le Vice-président, je voudrais maintenant commenter certaines propositions faites dans le programme gouvernemental en ce qui concerne le ministère de la Santé. Tout d'abord, je salue les initiatives qui mettent l'accent sur l'importance d'avoir des établissements de soins tertiaires grâce à la création d'un hôpital obstétrique gynécologique et celle de la pédiatrie. Et pourquoi pas, durant ce mandat, on aura les soins caténaires, qui sera génial. Les soins tertiaires exigent une logistique sophistiquée et une expertise professionnelle très spécifique. En tant que moi-même consultant dans la pratique, le manque de personnel, la pénurie d'infirmières qualifiées et, comme Mme Giton avait dit, l'émigration de nos meilleurs éléments, c'est là que nous devons encourager et concentrer, avoir des offres attrayantes et encourager les jeunes sortant de l'école et les titulaires de diplômes universitaires à rejoindre la grande famille des prestataires de soins de santé. Deuxièmement, fournir un accès transparent à ceux qui veulent chercher une formation spécialisée, qu'ils choisissent des bourses ou d'une formation pratique à part entière dans des centres étrangers. Ces bourses, ces formations de pratique ne doivent pas être seulement réservées aux petits copains, comme ça a été dans le passé, mais doivent être sur mérite. La mise en place de 2 centres tertiaires, à mon avis, doivent avoir des objectifs très clairs. Réduire le taux de mortalité et de morbidité maternelle et aussi celle de mortalité et morbidité périnatale. Et cela ne peut pas être réalisé seulement avec la création des établissements très sophistiqués, mais il faut avoir et promouvoir les professionnels à tirer des leçons, des tristes histoires, des cas qui ne sont pas parfois signalés et même non examinés. Mr. Deputy Speaker, ma proposition de demander une enquête confidentielle. Et je propose qu'on en fait une enquête confidentielle sur les décès maternels et démodés. Le Premier ministre qui a fait ses études en Angleterre savent de quoi je parle. Confidential inquiry into stillbirth and maternal death should be a 3-year program so that each and every single individual and professional in the medical field be made to know and understand. It's not pointing finger, it's not to be accountable, but to learn from the lessons. Ce gouvernement, à travers cela, pourrait viser à garantir que toutes les femmes enceintes et récemment accouchées reçoivent les meilleurs soins possibles, dispensés dans les cadres les plus appropriés et en tenant compte de leurs besoins individuels. À titre d'exemple, et c'est regrettable que je le dise, cette jeune femme qui a accouché récemment à Rodrigue et qui est retournée à Maurice et puis est décédée. C'est une révélation. Monsieur le vice-président, pourquoi je dis cela? Nos sœurs et frères à Rodrigue méritent le plus haut niveau de soins de santé. Je suis préoccupé, très préoccupé, par une pratique établie selon laquelle les gynécologues de l'île Maurice sont envoyés à tour de rôle à Rodrigue sur un roster de 1 mois. Vous imaginez qu'une femme enceinte qui demande 9 mois de traitement et commence son traitement à partir du 2e mois doit avoir 7 gynécologues différents avant qu'elle accouche? Mais on n'aurait pas ce qu'on appelle des soins spécialisés. Ce gouvernement est là pour un changement. Et le changement doit être ressenti au niveau local. On ne peut pas accepter que les sœurs et les mamans, futures mamans de Rodrigue, ont un tel traitement. Je vous supplie de revoir cette pratique. Bien que nous avons des soins spécialisés, nous pouvons accepter cela. Et je lance un appel pour que cela change. Monsieur le vice-président, le traitement à l'étranger. Il s'agit en effet d'une décision audacieuse selon laquelle la couverture complète des coûts de traitement à l'étranger pour les patients sera totalement fournie et quand ce n'est pas disponible localement, oui, nous devrons l'applaudir. Contrairement au gouvernement précédent, où les soins de santé à l'étranger étaient ciblés. En effet, aujourd'hui, il existe un large éventail d'expertise disponible dans le secteur privé et public à Maurice. Un grand exemple, et quelques jours d'ici, le ministre de la Santé a lui-même procédé au lancement de la chirurgie oncologique dans l'hôpital du Solferino.
I am giving you 2 additional minutes, please.
Thank you. Thank you for that. It's very important what I'm going to say. Monsieur le vice-président, nous avons tous été approchés, et ça c'est important, nous avons tous ici été approchés, invités à contribuer, à faire des dons aux patients, aux patientes qui doivent se faire soigner à l'étranger. Ce qui est très troublant, que dans de nombreux cas, de tels traitements sont bien difficiles dans les hôpitaux privés et publics. Mais ces malheureux patients et parents sont attirés par quelques organisations médicales pour aller à l'étranger, recevoir un énorme devis et commencer à collecter de l'argent. Mon ami, mon collègue de la circonscription, Ousmane Mohamed, était avec moi quand on a essayé de convaincre un patient qu'il ne fallait pas collecter 700 000 roupies, on pouvait le faire dans 24 heures. Et le résultat, il nous a carrément refusé. Dans de nombreux cas que j'ai rencontrés, un tel traitement magique n'a ni seulement passé le test de bonne gouvernance, ce qu'on appelle Good Evidence Medical Practice, mais malheureusement, plusieurs de ces patients sont retournés à Maurice et décèdent à moins de 3 mois d'intervalle. Monsieur le vice-président, trop de ces organisations médicales poussent comme des champignons et profitent des personnes fragiles et vulnérables. Je recommande donc au gouvernement, à travers le ministre de la Santé, dans un esprit de changement, d'adopter de nouvelles régulations concernant ces entités médicales et des entreprises qui promettent le traitement à l'étranger. Bien que je prône l'importance des centres d'excellence pour les conditions médicales à l'étranger, qui ne sont pas totalement traitables à Maurice, je suis parfois perplexe devant la promesse d'un traitement qui ne changera pas d'un iota la condition des malheureux. Pour terminer, je veux vous citer l'exemple de ce gouvernement du changement à son apogée. Toute l'île Maurice fut choquée quand une jeune femme qui était à la croisette de Grand-Bay a eu ses pieds broyés et vraiment endommagés. Et était évident qu'il fallait un traitement rapide dédié dans un centre spécialisé à l'étranger. Son évacuation médicale fut faite dans un temps record, en moins de 26 heures de temps, grâce à l'intervention du Premier ministre et son équipe. Mais l'ironie du sort est ce même Premier ministre qui avait contracté le Covid devrait attendre 126 heures de temps avant son évacuation médicale. Voilà ce qu'est le changement. Voilà ce que le pont de l'avenir. Je dirais à tous ceux qui m'écoutent, surtout ceux qui étaient dans le gouvernement d'avant et qui ont bénéficié des largesses, comme l'a raconté le ministre des Affaires étrangères, c'est votre tour. Et ces prédateurs des coffres de l'État, durant ces 10 dernières années, le retour et le réveil sera brutal, car le lion est de retour. Merci.
Thank you. I understand Honourable Edouard will not address the House today. So I call upon Honourable Mrs. Abouam, who will move.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I beg to move for adjournment of the debate.
The question is that the debate be now adjourned. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. Aye. The ayes are it. Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I beg to move for the adjournment of the House to Friday, the 21st of February at 3 p.m.
Seconded. So the question is that the House be adjourned to Friday, the 21st of April at 3 p.m. 21st of February, sorry. February. 21st of February 2025 at 3 p.m. Those in favour say aye. The ayes have it. The House still adjourns.